Follow the North Star back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable All Systems Go event.
Take flight on an interstellar expedition with the leading change panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine. Here with us today is the Radical Change panel. We have a lot of great industry experts with us: Tully Williams, Shon Kingrey, Brian Kramer, Fred Fordin, Steve Greenfield, and Stephen Woessner. Everyone, welcome to the panel. Well,
thanks for having us.
Great to be here.
Well, let's kick everything off. Tully, I want to come to you first and just let's get some energy going here with some of the conversation that we've been having. Fixed operations has continued to be an important topic in the industry. And I think we've been seeing a lot of, customers really looking to, hold on to their vehicles for longer. We're seeing the average age of cars, somewhere in around the 12, 13 years old now. And there's a lot of things happening in our industry today that are leading to maybe some inventory challenges or purchase challenges when it comes to acquiring vehicles and getting them into our service drives. But let's start the conversation around fixed operations. What are you seeing being the most important components that dealers should be looking at right now?
Repeat and referral business is the number one game that we're in. If you're not in the repeat and referral business, you're not going to sell new and used cars, and you're clearly not going to sell any hours and parts. That's what we sell every day. And the goal is the mindset of the store into that repeat and referral business. A salesperson thinks he sold a car, he's great. But here's the deal. If we don't keep that customer happy, he is not going to tell his friends and family to buy another one, and he's not going to come into fixed ops that we can buy his trade later and buy another one. It won't happen. So the goal is everybody in your store have the mindset that every customer is valuable. Do they want to come in? Are we making it easy to do business with us? Are we going to talk to a robot or to a human being? Are we going to call them and say, thank you for buying the car? Are we going to call them and remind them to bring the car in? Are we going to tell them thank you? Are we going to talk to them about videos about when they bring it in and look at their car and sell recommendations we'd sell our family members? This, to me, is the most critical thing. Everybody says, oh, we're in the repeat and referral business, Tully. If your retention's not 70%, you're not in the repeat and referral business, right? When and my good friend Ed Roberts says, Tully, the average store is probably around 40, and I about had a heart attack. I mean, honestly, 40, you should be fired, right? It's got to be 70 has got to be your target when you look at people coming in. And here's the deal. Don't rely on the manufacturer for this information. You do it yourself. What is your retention? It's almost like I want to shift away from CSI to retention numbers as one of our biggest monitors. Yes, CSI is important. Customer supplies income is a very important metric. But really the big picture is your retention number.
Shon, in talking about retention and fixed operations, this is a really critical component for that customer experience too.
It is. First of all, I'm going to make Tully change his titles about the hours to 40 should be fired. That's going to be the new tag. That's Tully's new tagline. We're going to do it on a t-shirt for him. I got to say, and as we talk and we move on, and I'm really getting into Brian Kramer's space on used cars turnaround, and we've talked about it in the past. You got to change your mindset. I was in a 20 group, in a GM 20 group, and this is a big boy 20 group. And I can't repeat what the top of the paper said because Ted will cut me off forever. But it said, get the whatever part, okay? And there's an expletive that's in there. And that's got to, you talk about a mindset change. As Tully says, where's the best place to fix the car? When it's in the shop, in the air at that time, okay? The answer needs to be find the part. Somebody's got it somewhere. Fix it now, not later. Not when it goes back outside and Brian comes back knocking on your door screaming a week later because you forgot it was sitting out back because your guys are on 410s or you went on vacation or he doesn't want to work on it because he just doesn't want to because he's having a bad week. When the car's in the air, find the part, fix the car. That time, every time. Brian set a standard here at 28-day turn time. Guys, that's a huge number. We were 90 days pre-COVID, guys. 2 or 3 years ago, we're talking 90 days. You had a car on the lot. He wants it off the lot in 28 days. when he's going to steal 6 to 8 days transporting the thing from the auction to us. So you have 20 days, which gives you, Tully said 3 days. You have a day and a half to turn that car, guys, because it's got to get cleaned up. And again, find the part. Somebody somewhere's got the part. Stop relying on just the OEM. As much as I bleed it, you can't rely on them right now.
Great point, Shon, and a perfect opportunity to come to Brian on this, because Brian, we're seeing a lot more customers that are choosing to service their vehicles at a dealership, and maybe it's not the same brand. And then the used car acquisition piece is a big component of that, and the service drive, and then also just in terms of sourcing inventory for the stores. So could you share a little bit more about Shon's points and then what you're seeing in the industry?
Yeah, and I also want to mention what Tully was saying. The Toyota has gone to TLE, Toyota Loyalty Experience, and it is heavy, and it is heavier than CSI is now. And it's changing behavior, and it's actually reverse engineering the way they run their service department. It's fascinating to me, the amount of energy, attention, resources that are deployed, especially in these high volume Toyota stores. Because now you're talking President's Award, Governor's Award, all these other prestigious things that happen with high volume stores that really should be in that space, but now they're realizing that's the reason why they're not. When Shon was talking about 28 days, the reason I use that number is that's currently the number of when front end gross evaporates out of the average automobile, average used car on your lot, 28 days. So it's been ebbing between 28 and 32. With everything that's going on, it actually could go up a little bit. The problem is it's going to happen very quickly with these tariffs, and who knows what's happening May 1st. You almost need to just treat it like we did at the beginning of COVID, not halfway through COVID, where you don't know, or there's going to be MSRP changes. I mean, it's going to be that volatile. Don't know, Steve was saying earlier that some within one brand you could have some that go up 25% and some that are unaffected by tariffs. But the one thing that I would say, to acquire more vehicles, I was just at a big dealer group here recently with your customer journey mapping. And I would say there's AI out now, there's phone calls, there's text, emails, we're talking about all of it. But I think that every dealer needs to, at some point, right now is a good time, just go through and just see, okay, over the course of a 3-year life cycle, what are all the messaging and all the communications from the dealer, from the OEM, from the sales department, the service department, and lay them over top of each other on a customer journey map, and just go through the lens of, does this make sense? Why do we send this out from service, from the same email server, and the customer's getting this conflicting messaging? Is that really the most intentional thing? Because the opt-out rate for these clients is going to be catastrophic for dealers, and they need to treat that very, very valuable, and they need to be very gentle with these service customers, because if you're going to try to acquire cars and not have to opt them in every single time, which that's one of the biggest roadblocks that I see with dealers right now. No, I don't want to automatically text because I did that before and I got in trouble, and FCC or FTC came down on me, and you don't have to worry about all that if you're at a 70% retention rate, because the customers are coming in, and as they're coming in, they're already opted in for text. So now you can already call them, text them, communicate with them, greet them. With Steve said earlier that you should be talking to them face to face. But I think that you have to be very, very intentional. It's no longer like a spray and pray mentality of just direct mail, all this different media messaging bombarding people. Just look at it as one holistic experience. And the last thing I'll finish with is CRMs. CRM and service, CRM and sales, completely different. Well, we're looking at some things at Cars Commerce. I won't get into the details, but of a holistic experience that tracks the client throughout the whole life cycle. Used to be what it is today, where CRMs want you to mark it lost, bad, or dead. And I don't think you should mark any of them unless the person passed away. Any of that. They should be an always on strategy, not have all these duplicate leads, and then you're just adding to it. But AI should take over the long-term calls that nobody makes anyway. They just BS them in the CRM, and it's just smoke on the water, and it loses credibility. Human beings should only get involved when there's a re-engagement lead, and then they jump into it because it's going to pull the lowest hanging fruit down. But all of the stuff I just mentioned, you can't do that if your data is not healthy and you're over farming that data. You got to be very intentional to not ruin the soil.
Well, and Fred, you are no stranger to what Brian is talking about when it comes to data and reaching the customer for opportunities, whether it be the car's in the shop and there's service opportunities, recommendations that need to happen, or, as Brian's describing, this entire ecosystem of follow-up. So what are you seeing right now in the industry?
It's interesting. I don't know. I'm sure you guys all saw it, but there was an article in last week's Automotive News where a CEO of one of the large groups basically told his fixed ops people, "Get your stuff together, or we're going to make some changes." And it was coincidental at best, but since ASR Pro came out back in the early 2000s and grew into X-Time and CDK and became a main source of doing that part of the structure, what I've seen walking into dealerships is human failure on a system that was developed to do everything it was supposed to do. Now, I know if I go to Tully stores, I don't find that. I'd imagine if I went to Shon stores, I wouldn't find that either. But across 17,000 dealerships, you got to find the work. Sourcing the parts is great when you need the part. If you didn't do a thorough inspection, you don't have to worry about sourcing parts, because you're allowing literally billions of dollars of repairs every year in our 17,000 stores, drive in the lane and drive back out and never get found. And that's the biggest waste in our industry. And so it's right back to the same lessons we were learning back in the early 2000s of there's a process, follow the process, and you'll have the results. Now, what do those results create? They don't just create sales today where we got to worry about going to source the part, but they also create a bunch more than what we'd sell. They create decline services. And now we've got all of the marketing that goes into all of those decline services. So we don't have to sell a car to sell the customer. We just got to look at the car. We just got to do what we're supposed to do when that car drives in. So it's, I saw that article last week and I actually emailed them. I said, I know what your problem is if you want to hear it. I didn't get a response.
Well, Steve, Greenfield, we've covered a lot already. We're talking, as Shon said, get the parts on the vehicle. Brian's talking about, how to speed up some of these processes, looking at data. Tully is, of course, all about the hours, and Fred brought some great points when it comes to, the service ecosystem and how we're communicating across with these customers. What other perspectives would you suggest dealers be paying attention to?
Yeah, so Sarah, this is a great conversation today. It makes me think of two different anecdotes from my past. One was last summer. I was at the California New Car Dealer Association, and one of the presenters before me was a gentleman named Michael Hayes. And if you know Michael, he's a great guy. He's been overseeing NADA's 20 groups for the last 25 years. And he announced that he was going to retire soon, et cetera. So I took the opportunity to ask him. I said, Michael, you've probably sat through literally thousands of 20 group meetings over the last 25 years. Is there any commonality between the top performing dealers in America, the top 10%? And he said, that's easy. He said, the top performing dealers in America, and stay with me here, he said, they focus on lifetime value of the customer. They're not interested in maximizing a short-term transaction. They're not trying to squeeze profit out of every deal. They're looking at the customer and saying, I want to sell this person 5 cars, and I want to sell their neighbors 5 cars and their cousins and have them service all those cars with me, et cetera. They have a more holistic view of things. So I think it does come back to where Tully started today with a 70%, which is like have that kind of view, and you just reimagine your operations overall, and you deliver a lot more profitability. Number 2 was I had a chance a few years ago to go see Greg Penske out at Longo Toyota. And if you've ever been to Longo Toyota, it's quite an experience. I mean, you want to get this experience at any other dealership, maybe in the world. But spent a few hours with Greg. He was very gracious with his time. Learned a lot about his philosophy around management, which was fascinating. And on the way out, I walked out to get my car, and there were people waiting to pick up their vehicles from service that day. So I struck up a conversation with a guy there, and he was in that day for an oil change on his Toyota Corolla. So this is on the just for perspective, geography wise, this is on the east side of Los Angeles. So I said, oh, that's great. I said, where are you coming from today? And he said, oh, I drove up from San Diego. And I said, you drove up from San Diego. How long was that drive? And he said, I drove an hour and a half. I said, you drove an hour and a half, and I'm willing to bet you drove by 17 other Toyota stores on the way up here to get your oil change on a Corolla. And I said, why? And he looked at me like literally like I was an alien, like I wasn't speaking the language that he understood. And he said, well, you got to understand, you know, I bought my last 5 cars from Longo. My family buys all of our cars from Longo. All of my neighbors buy my cars from Longo. I've never actually ever thought about servicing it anywhere else. Why would I do that? So here's a guy that drove, you know, an hour and a half through rush hour, probably in 2 different cities, through LA traffic to go to Longo, and has been doing this for 20 years. So it engenders tremendous trust, I think, when an operator can look at their system holistically, look after the customer, because as we said repeatedly today, this is a face-to-face interaction business that we're in. But to Tully's point, I think if you can focus and change the perspective, I got to also imagine that Longo probably does an exceptional job with retaining employees, because the employees understand in their ethos that they're trying to make successful customers, not trying to eke out short-term profitability.
I love that, Steve. And, you know, just that is so true. The lifetime experience of these customers, that's what really dealers have to focus on, that experience versus just the transactional one. Stephen Woessner, your thoughts on what we've already discussed today, or any other industry leading ideas?
Yeah, no, you guys covered the waterfront pretty well. The only thing I would say is don't confuse communication and relationship building, because if all you're trying to do is sell somebody something, that's not building a relationship. Okay, that is not part of what makes them drive an hour and a half to you. Okay, that's not part of what lets them know you care. Okay, you genuinely care about their vehicle. They trust you with their vehicle. They trust you to give them the right advice. And that's the place you want to be in. And that takes a little bit more than bombarding them with, you know, I want to sell you stuff, or, hey, it's time for me to sell you some more stuff. I think it's important that we do concentrate on that relationship piece. And I think Steve talked about it a minute ago with the employee retention. The way I look at it, your culture keeps your employees, and your employees keep your customers. Okay, and if you line those things up correctly, your processes run smoothly. Everything happens the way it's supposed to happen. And I think the last thing I would say is, when you start looking at AI, my thought on AI is that it saves time. And as Tully likes to say, we sell hours. So if I can save more time, I have the ability through that to make more sales. And so any place you can take out wasted effort and wasted time, especially in the service process, is huge for a dealership if they manage it correctly. So if you have that culture piece, you have your AI giving you efficiency, and then that builds with your employees to feel really, really good about what they do. And when an employee feels really good about what they do, the customer sees it every single time they talk to them. So that's how I would fit those pieces together.
I love it, Stephen. And here, you know, I want to close out our panel with a lightning round to each of our panelists today, going, you know, a minute or less. And I know this is going to put everybody on the spot to kind of think of it. And we've already covered so many great ideas, but, you know, in this thread, I want to talk about the general manager in the dealership that maybe has only experienced sales or is, you know, looking at fixed operations, and it's still very much a siloed experience, you know, as Brian Kramer put it, the digital Berlin Wall between what happens in the sales department and what happens in fixed operations. If you had just a minute to explain to a general manager who doesn't get fixed stops one of the strategies that they need to be implementing in their dealership today, what would you suggest? And Tully, I'll start it with you.
Pay a used car manager on recon. Pay all of your managers on your retention number. We do today.
Shon.
Walk through your store every day. Say hello to parts and your technicians. They are the people making the money. It costs nothing to say hello and to know their name.
Brian, your thoughts.
I would say that everything is just an analogy for something else. Your warranty receivables and your open ROs is no different than a CIT report. Your speed to market in used cars is no different than speed to market, cycle time through the shop. The same cycle time on loaner cars or rental cars or anything like that. If you're talking about the buckets, parts departments are just a lot more disciplined than used car managers are overall, and they execute a lot better and typically are more consistent. But the buckets are the same. It's the same philosophy. What's your off-the-shelf fill rate? What's your stocking supply plan for your used car inventory? It's all the same. But I've had success by telling, because a lot of GMs, I was in that boat years ago, where it's intimidating because you don't know what you don't know, and typically, the service director, the good ones, are going to wordsmith you to just make you feel uncomfortable and not want to ask any more questions and get out of the office, right? And you go around like, just keep doing what you're doing. So giving them a comfort zone of this is the same as this is the same as that is how I break it down.
Fred, your advice if there's a general manager listening today.
Two things. When I became a GM for the first time, my BMW rep, the service rep, happened to come into the store the morning after I was made a GM. And at 7:00, I was in the lane, because that's the way I grew up. You go talk to your customers, right? If I was talking to a GM who had no fixed ops history or experience, I would tell him, get up in the morning. The fact that you became a GM didn't turn you into a 10 to 4 employee. If anything, get there at 7 and go home at 9, right? Run your store, but go meet those service customers. And Tully, AI is coming from more than just the phone, and it is going to fix fixed ops. It's on the way.
Steve, your thoughts?
So I think we've lost in many ways the art of communication. So I would challenge a general manager before they go home for the week to write 10 handwritten notes that they put in the mail, physical mail, thanking 10 customers and being specific about how long they've been customers and why you're thankful for them. I think that they may be shocked at the response and what happens as a result. I don't know the last time I ever got a handwritten note from anyone other than holiday cards. Definitely have never, ever gotten a handwritten note from a general manager of a store. It's not something that's necessarily scalable, but I think that also when employees understand that you're taking that effort, it's going to really energize your employees as well.
Stephen Woessner.
Yeah, I agree with what Steve just said in particular, but I would say to most general managers, the days of command and control general managers are gone. All right. You're not going to sit in your office and wave your flag and everybody's going to do what you say. You have to be fully engaged in the operation. And I've called on thousands of dealerships over the years, and the guys that are engaged and the guys that are really care about what's going on in their store and really care about the people are the guys that are far more successful. And it isn't sort of, I don't know, it's not a set framework. It's be who you are, okay? Be present for your people and put yourself out there, okay? You're going to have to be a little vulnerable. And I know GMs hate that, but at the end of the day, you have to be a little bit vulnerable and you have to let people know that you rely on them. You care what they do. You care how they operate. And again, that comes back to letting them know every single day, did we win or did we lose? And we all won and lost together. So it isn't the GM sitting there, waving at different things. It's absolutely critical that you engage. And it's a much harder job than it used to be. I would tell you that up front.
Well, everyone, incredible information shared with us today at the Leading Change panel. I want to thank each and every one of you, and on behalf of Teddings, Thank you for sharing your perspectives and insights. Tully Williams, Shon Kingrey, Brian Kramer, Fred Fordin, Steve Greenfield, and Stephen Woessner are here at the leading change panel at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Stay tuned. We have more segments coming up next.
I'm out here today appraising and buying cars from total strangers using just two things, our AccuTrade mobile app and our Bluetooth OBD2 scanner. That's all we need in order to give them a 100% instant offer guaranteed by AccuTrade. So let's tell Maeve what her vehicle is worth and what we're willing to write you a check for.
Let's do it. No way!
Right?
No! I might want my check.
Okay. We can. That's all it takes.
Hi, my name is Rick Daly. Hoist hanger is a patented lift accessory that allows technicians to remove and reinstall today's heavy wheel and tire combinations. With no need to bend down to pick the wheel up off the ground, back strain is eliminated. We have supplied over 25,000 lifts throughout North America with hoist hangers. Hoist hangers are a quality lift accessory. Increase technician efficiency, eliminate back strain from incorrect lifting of today's heavy wheel and tire combinations. Whether you have in-ground lifts or above-ground lifts, we have a size and application to fit the lifts in your shop.
Enter a new dimension with the DMS panel filmed live at our Niello pop-up event.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings, and we have an incredible panel with us today at the Niello Porsche Sacramento location here with the Niello company. And Ted, this is an exciting panel.
Sarah, you're right. It's not every day that we get them folks together on this panel, but I think Tully has helped bring the industry together. So I want to thank you, my friend, who you got to do.
I am so excited. I mean, think about a DMS. Think about major partners and what the critical for a company to be. And for us to have Reynolds and Reynolds, Cox Automotive, and CDK on the same panel shows you the strength of having great partnerships and what they mean to a dealership. We cannot survive without a DMS. Do we love DMSs every day? The answer is no. But the goal is that if we have a strong partnership and they believe in what we do, that's what it's all about. So today, this is all about great partnerships with the DMSs, about what they can do for a dealer to help us succeed and move to the next level. That's what this is all about. And I'm so excited that we're all here today.
So let me ask everybody to introduce themselves, starting with CDK. Kim, if you tell us who you are and what you know.
Sure. My name's Kim Saylor. I'm Senior Director of Product Marketing for CDK, specifically for our fixed operations solutions.
All right. Let's see. Scott, Chadwick, Director of Product Consulting for Cox Automotive. I am the voice for dealers. Back to our product and sales teams.
And I'm Shannon Sucato, Vice President of Customer Success Services for Reynolds.
Well, Niello, Tully, you've set up such an incredible panel with us today at the Niello company. How do you see partnerships shaping the future of our industry, even amongst competitors?
So I think that DMSs have changed a lot, and I would say in the last 10 years, they've actually gotten better, where before they were kind of rigid. And now I believe that DMSs are more about how do we help dealerships do better and how do we make those changes we want. And I think that that's where we've seen the greatest improvement of DMSs helping dealers be better. And before, I'm not saying they didn't help us better, but they were kind of rigid. Oh, I don't think we can do it that way or this way. Now they're actually helping us do the different things that we need to do. Give us those supports that we need to make sure we can be successful. Two is they're also giving us the data, which is great, because there was always a challenge where it's not your data, it's my data. Now we have the data to do what we need to do so we can help our DMS do better for us. So I am so excited that DMSs have grown a lot and have helped us be successful at our stores.
Kim, I like the word partner that Tully used. Talk to us a little about CDK, some of the things that you're doing to partner.
Sure. Well, first of all, Niello is a great partner. We've been together for decades, so we appreciate that. But the way I look at it, number one, competition is good, right? It raises all of us. We all perform better, we solution better, and it helps everyone. It helps, our companies, and it helps what we provide to the dealerships. But we, at CDK, of course, we have feel like we have the best in class solutions for everyone, but every dealer's unique. And so because of that, you have unique situations and needs. And so we have over 800 partner applications that integrate into our system. So the biggest network in the industry.
That's amazing. And thank you for all you do for the industry. Skyler, from your perspective, Cox Portable.
Yeah, it's such a wide variety of the implications of how we integrate with each other, right? I think from the service side and how we push that data back into DMSs. Speaking from X time, I think about how that information to really streamline the dealerships processes for advisors, technicians, warranty people. It's all about partnership. And I think that one of the biggest things that I hope to see in the future is we really become to a dealer choice and allow these dealerships like Niello company to make that decision what's best for them and their software solutions. But we as partners and as vendors, we come closer together to work to make that happen. And so to me, when I think about the integrations, I think about the platforms and how we work together. It's about pushing data back and forth to really just streamline processes for our dealership staff and teams. Amen.
And Shannon, recently I had a chance to come out to Dayton, Ohio and spend some time at Reynolds Rural headquarters. Your team is really working hard on establishing and growing that relationship with a lot of innovation for dealers, if you don't speak to that.
Absolutely. Partnership with Reynolds has been a big initiative over the last several years, and increasing that partnership with our dealerships and our dealers. And there are a lot of ways in which we do that. Partnering. We talked about partnering across different applications and things like that, but also really focusing on the dealer and getting boots on the ground. We've got associates across the country who are focused as our Reynolds performance managers and our utilization partners on getting into the dealerships, bringing proactive topics, talking to each dealer about how they can improve efficiencies, how they can increase gross profit, things like that. So that's one of the ways in which we're partnering with our dealerships. It's really important to us and very effective for the dealers.
Tully, I think overall, it's really great for our industry, our retail industry, to see these partners and how they're working together to help improve what happens.
It does, because when you look at a DMS, what do they have? They have all the data. And now the good thing about it is they're sharing that data, right? And telling us how, like if you're a CDK customer or a Reynolds customer, or even a DealerTrack customer, is they're giving us that data across all of the dealers across the United States. They're helping us give us benchmarks. They're helping us with best practices. See, when you're in a dealership, you're kind of in this little bubble and you think you're doing everything right. But now when we look at all these 800,000 dealerships out there that they can have all the data with, it helps us manage our store better. Are we doing the right thing? Maybe if you did this, this would happen. Those are the things that only DMSs can do. There's nobody else can do that, Bears. And that's the reason having a great partnership with your DMS is so important.
I want to ask each of you for an example of a successful collaboration that's benefited both your company and the industry as a whole. And Skyler, I want to come to you first on that. I know that you've actually worked with Niello and with Tully on several initiatives, one of many being something we've talked about here quite a bit, the technicians engaging the customer earlier in the process themselves.
Yeah, I think it's, I think about it from a services perspective, and I'll say this is like, DMS is like Tully said it right. It's about data, right? And I think really honestly, what we've done and things like that to help Niello company and other CDK dealerships is the write-up process. It's be able to allow the advisor to be at the car and write up the car so they don't have to go back to their DMS or back to their, what I would call their pacifier, which is their computer as an advisor, is really so that we can stay out there and really focus on the customer experience. And we're doing that with both of these partners, with CDK and Reynolds. And I think it's super important how we streamline and it really allow the dealerships to have that dealer choice. And I'll come back to that dealer choice because as I work with OEMs and so do they, we really want to make sure that we provide the best in-class software solutions and really make the dealerships make that choice who they want to go to. But most important, when I think about it, is these OEMs are also getting on that board of dealer choice too as well. And we're just really, we're breaking down the barriers, the walls for these dealerships that we've had for so many years, and we want to work together, right? We want to improve the customer experience of the dealership. It's not about, okay, let's focus on us. Let's focus on the customer, and that's what we're doing. Amen.
Kim, anything you want to mention?
I was just going to say, it's really, taking off the blinders and looking, putting the dealer first, the dealer's needs first, talking to our customers, listening to what they want, what they need. And, if it's our product, that's great, but if it's an integration with another product into our DMS, that's great as well.
100%. One of the things, Shannon, that struck us on our visit, I mentioned to Dayton, was the innovation center that he has there, that a lot of folks, when they come in, will be very impressed, whether they're considering something in variable or in fixed operations. It seems that you've got all the bases covered there.
I would agree. One of the things we've mentioned being dealer centric and the importance of the dealer. E-contracting, to answer your original question, e-contracting, I think, is one that really illustrates partnerships that benefit the consumer, that benefit the dealer with faster funding and cash flow, and that involve the OEMs and banks, and so I think that's a really good example that shows that partnership can really benefit the dealer.
And actually, it's a great example of transparency also.
Absolutely.
Especially in an area of the dealership that didn't have a lot of transparency many, many years ago in the past.
Right.
I want to say that I think a lot of times is that when you look at a DMS and the power that it has for you, is that they have expanded their horizon. They realize the dealer is their customer, and I don't want to start anything negative, but I don't think they thought that 20 years ago. And I think now that we're seeing great relationships with Reynolds and CDK and even DealerTrack and Cox Automotive, is that they realize that the customer's first. And oh, by the way, that's how we feel at the dealership. And it's great to see that we're all in alignment and we're all going after the same thing. It really is repeat referral business. And it's super exciting. And I'm so glad that we're all here today to talk about it.
Sarah, what a great opportunity that everybody here can go at the Niello company and on the spell.
Such a unique opportunity, Ted, and hearing from these incredible people at the Fixed Ops Roundtable is such a treat.
Yeah, and we want to thank all of you for being the certified partners and our advisory there, Reynolds, CDK, and God Certain, and for all the contributions made to Masters. Thank you all. So I'm Ted Ings, here with Sarah Vantine. We're at the Niello company in Sacramento with the best in our industry, and we will be right back.
That was awesome.
The Fixed Ops Roundtable Certified program is designed to help preferred dealers and partners with powerful tools, resources, and marketing to achieve even greater success and help grow revenue. Ted Ings and I invite you to learn more today at FixedOpsRoundtableCertified.com.
Houston, we have our next segment. It's the compliance panel with Tom Kline.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Tom Kline is the industry authority on compliance. He has put together an A-list panel for today. I'll let him handle the introductions, but first, Tom, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks so much for having me, Ted. I'm super excited to be here with our all-star astronauts for All Systems Go. I couldn't have a better panel, so I'm really happy to be here.
I see that. You've got some amazing talent on here. I'm going to let you, Tom, handle the introductions. A lot going on in our industry. I know this will be captivating. I will come back in towards the end of the panel, and I'll see you all there. But everybody, you're in the very capable hands of Tom Kline. Tom, take it away. The show is yours.
Thanks, Ted. Welcome, everyone. I first want to start with just a quick introduction. Terry O'Loughlin, who's the Director of Compliance for Reynolds & Reynolds. Sandy Zannino, who is the President of IAHR Consulting. Boyd Stough of Privacy Pillar. And Harsh Kalwala of vComply. I hope I didn't butcher that, Harsh.
You did all right.
Okay, very good. Very good. Well, I have specific questions for each of you, but I want everyone to feel free to chime in after the answers. And Terry, I'm going to start with you, Director of Compliance for Reynolds and Reynolds. And I want to start with what concerns are you hearing from dealers right now? What are you working on? You have a very unique background, which I want you to just take 30 seconds to 60 seconds and tell everyone about, including working at the Florida Attorney's General office. So let me turn that over to you for a few minutes.
Sure. I have been with Roundtable Reynolds now for 19 years, and prior to that, I spent 16 years with Florida Attorney General's office. And with Reynolds, of course, I handle documents. I'm an attorney by training. I'm dating myself. I graduated from law school during the Carter era, and that I've worked with dealers for over 40 years, addressing their needs. And on the dark side, when the Attorney General's office, I investigated and prosecuted well over 100 dealers at least. With Reynolds, I've been working on behalf of dealers to keep them compliant with all the needs of the transactions.
Understand. So a lot of dealers that I've spoken to have said to me, well, I can kind of let my hair down on compliance because, you know, the current administration is going to not push the FTC, of which I push back and say the attorneys general, AG stands for almost governor, right? These are very politically motivated folks. Give us your perspective on what you think will happen over the next 4 years.
Yeah, you know, there's a term from accounting that's commonly used called tone at the top. Well, tone at the top has changed drastically just within the past 3 months with the Trump administration. And what I think you've seen, we're sort of entering this phase of entropy where there's this bipolarization. You've got the FTC and the CFPB that is now, they're totally different organizations. The FTC, of course, will continue to prosecute cases, but its rulemaking and this new regulatory activity, supervisory activities, they'll be strongly curtailed. The CFPB is even going to be further curtailed because it appears that it may not even be taking money from the Federal Reserve, where it gets 10% of the Federal Reserve's budget to spend. But here's what's happened with the polarization, the bipolarization. You have what's called DAGA and you've got RAGA. DAGA, Democratic Attorney General's Association, and RAGA, the Republican Attorney General's Association. And they almost created this two different universes where the enforcement activity by the members of DAGA will continue. They are going to continue to regulate. They're going to continue to promulgate new rules. The attorneys general, and the attorneys general, by the way, is the plural. Attorneys, plural, general, because it's a compound noun like accounts receivable. That's where it comes from. The Republican attorneys general will probably be far less likely to engage in some of the rulemaking and work. However, both groups of attorneys general and the FTC and the CFPB to some degree will continue to prosecute cases. The reason is that they have that's their obligation at a minimum, because problems arise, problems are reported, consumers complain, there are misfeasance and malfeasance organizations. Unfortunately, sometimes in the dealer world, there are dealers and other organizations which engage in activities which are meretricious. And just as a footnote, there are 153 ways to defraud a consumer in a car transaction. Those kinds of behaviors will continue to be prosecuted. So anybody in the dealer community who thinks that there's not going to be any more activity is blindfolded. They really should pay attention. They should continue to pay attention, do the right things, follow the laws that existed. The good news is there won't be as many new laws, but there will be some. But the old laws, they're not disappearing. Unfair and deceptive trade practices, where the minimum rule is anything that has a tendency or capacity to mislead a consumer is subject to prosecution. That's a very low bar, and attorneys general cannot ignore that. So dealers who wish to engage in these meretricious activities, They should not do so.
Yeah, you said a lot there. We could unpack that for about an hour, but the short version is enforcement's not going away. Be aware, the AGs are active, and right.
And if I may just, in this couple notes here, on January 10th, a group of 13 Democratic attorney generals wrote a letter to Walmart complaining that they're discontinuing their DEI programs. Well, on January 27th, 17 days later, a group of 19 Republican attorney generals complained to Costco that they were continuing their DEI programs. So you have this extremely divergent viewpoint. And then when you consider what's happened in California, they, within a few days left of their legislative session, Senate Bill 766, they're proposing their own CARS rule. So California wants to have their own CARS rule, and there are other states, once we get into California, it's sort of like a progression to other states. That's so what you're going to see is some states are going to continue these activities. They're going to try to make up the shortfall of the disappearing CFPB, disappearing FTC. And we will see that in other states, it just won't be so. So if you're in Texas or Florida, it's probably less activity, but there'll still be prosecutions regardless.
Okay, Massachusetts just passed the CARS rule there, by the way.
Yes,
or something similar. All right, we're going to move on to Harsh. Harsh, your company, vComply, is a governance, risk, and compliance software company positioned across many different industries, including automotive. First, please share with the viewers what GRC software is and why they should care about it. And tell us what trends you're seeing from a compliance perspective across all industries.
Sure. So, our platform is designed to help organizations automate and streamline compliance processes. At its core, we help businesses stay aligned with internal policies, federal and state mandates, industry standards without, you drowning in spreadsheets and emails. So it gives you a better way to manage compliance and risk across the board and gives you more accountability. For auto dealerships specifically, compliance spans across a wide variety of areas: FTC safeguards, OSHA standards, advertising disclosures, F&I, and more. What vComply does is it helps you centralize these obligations into a single platform. It makes assigning of responsibilities easier, setting reminders, making sure that the right people are always in the loop, their escalation sent out. It provides real-time tracking and audit trails. And the end result is that you have a reduced risk of fines, you have enhanced accountability across the board, and it saves time for people running day-to-day operations. You get, on the top of all, you get peace of mind for the dealership owners, knowing that you're always ready for an audit or an inspection. So I think that's what the platform does from a GRC standpoint. I think in general, the trends I'm seeing in compliance across industries, there's a shift from reactive to proactive compliance today. Companies aren't waiting for violations or audits to act. They're investing in tools that build a culture of accountability from the ground up. And I think that's been sort of the biggest mindset shift over the last 5 years. Second, I think there's a growing demand for real-time visibility. So leaders want to know at any moment, where do risks exist in their business, whether it's a mistraining, a lapse in data security, or a vendor issue, and fix it before it escalates or becomes a major problem in the business. And lastly, I think with increasing complexity, especially around data privacy and cybersecurity, there's a need for solutions that are flexible, scalable, and industry agnostic. Even in traditional industries like automotive, digital transformation, I think, is driving the need for smarter compliance and risk management solutions where, there's enhanced transparency, everything is above board, and people are informed about what's happening from a risk and compliance standpoint.
Great. So again, we could probably spend an hour unpacking that as well. But what you're saying is that that business leaders are finding it very useful to have what I call the one throat to choke program, where they have one source of truth and they can go into your software or other softwares like it and find all the information they need on their risk and compliance programs. Is that correct?
Exactly. Yep.
And is HR part of a GRC software, Harsh?
HR is a big part of GRC software, right from your employee handbooks to internal trainings to policies and procedures that your employees need to sign in a desk. I mean, that's also something that's a part of risk and compliance and HR. So I think there's significant overlap there.
Very good. And we're going to, of course, Harsh and Terry, I'm setting up Sandy for last because we're getting little pieces of HR here and there. So I'm going to save Sandy for last. But for the moment, I'm going to bounce over to Boyd Stough. Boyd, who's a partner in Privacy Pillar, also an attorney. Take a minute, Boyd, please introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about cookie consent, consent management, data subject access requests, and take a minute on that. And we'd like to hear about that because we all come from compliance in such different parts of it here, which is why I said these are all-star astronauts here on our All Systems Go program. So with that, Boyd, I'm gonna let you take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. I'm an attorney, barred in DC. I don't practice in the regular sense. I apply my experience as an attorney, obviously very much in this realm and some others in business. And my work with Privacy Pillar is very much focused on, let me start this way. A lot of the companies in this space that offer, let's say, cookie banners or cookie consent management, data subject access request management, or ESAR management, or PII management, we call it consent preference management, are selling technology, right? When what we should be doing is making sure that we are covering that aspect of compliance. We're actually making sure that our clients are in fact compliant, that their customers are respected, and that their business is protected. And so Privacy Pillar offers an awesome range of solutions. I'm biased, but I think they are the best out there, certainly the most robust. And we have a team of people that really takes the time to understand the business of the client and then educate them, because that's a huge part of this, right? People say, they come to you and they say they need it. Well, they don't really know what they need, and so you have to take the time to explain to them what these laws are, how they work, their responsibility with respect to those laws, and then of course how the technology, right, is applied to help them comply.
Let me interrupt you. Let me interrupt for 1 second, Boyd. Tell everyone, please, what is cookie consent
Sure.
management,
Yeah,
and DSTAR?
absolutely.
I think that's important to.
Sure. So cookie consent is easily the most, we'll call the most popular, right? People are aware of this if they're just out there surfing the web. They're going to run across websites where there's a cookie banner in place on a website. You may not know why that's there. Well, across the board, these laws say that you have to provide every single consumer, right? If you check certain boxes with respect to given laws across different jurisdictions, especially the United States, then you have to inform the customer. You have to give them the opportunity to make an informed decision about what data they share and what tools they're allowing to be used to collect that information, right? And so cookies, not really what cookies are. Everybody knows what a cookie is, even if you don't really know what a cookie is. You go shopping for a pair of shoes one day, and the next thing you know, you're out looking for flowers for your mom, and you're starting to get barraged by ads that are trying to sell you shoes, right? Well, a cookie did that, right? But cookies can also be used to optimize the website experience, all sorts of things, right? But effectively, what a cookie is doing is that it's saying, hey, based on you visiting this website and your behavior while you're here, okay, it's learning about you. It's allowing in this case, the dealership to maybe customize the experience for you on the website, such that maybe next time you come, you don't have to jump through all the same hoops, or it's going to retarget, right? They're going to try to sell you a truck when you're trying to find flowers for your mom, that kind of thing. So these laws say that you have to inform the consumer about what data you're collecting, how you're collecting, what tools you're using to do that. Now in the United States, you're automatically opted in, okay? You don't need to take any specific action to allow for these things to be running. But you do have to take a specific action, be provided with an opportunity to take specific action to deny all or opt out of all. Or language is different, it can be, on the banners, it could be different. But at the end of the day, you have to be provided with an opportunity, right? What they call that parity, opt in, opt out. And then you also have to be provided with an opportunity to manage your preferences. So if you're one of these people that wants to go the extra mile and you want to pick and choose which cookies you're going to allow to run, you've got to be afforded that opportunity. So that's what a cookie banner does. That's cookie consent. Now, PII consent or consent preference management, these laws also say that for every instance of personally identifiable information, or PII, that somebody gives you, you have to collect and store consent. Okay, specific consent for that PII. And so that's what consent preference management does, right? It allows you to collect that and store that consent. And then these laws also say that that a consumer, or what's called a data subject, has the ability to write in to your company, your dealership, okay, and say, hey, what information do you have on me? I'd like you to change that information. I'd like you to delete that information, or I'd like you to export that information in a common file format. Now, what you need as a company is you need the ability to field those subject requests, those data subject access requests, or DSARs, and then in a timely manner, right? Depending on the law, you have a specific amount of time wherein you have to respond to that particular request. And so you need a solution in place that allows you to not only field those requests and then channel that request to the right person within the organization, but also something that's going to interface with the different third-party tools, right, that you're using, maybe your CRMs, et cetera, right, to see if that individual's information happens to exist in those databases, and if it does, to take the necessary action and then report that back to the consumer. So at a high level, that's the three solutions that cover the three different aspects of the consumer data privacy laws.
So it sounds like if you don't comply with this, it's going to be expensive.
You know, yeah, it could be very expensive. I mean, Honda just got fined $650,000 about. I don't know if it was a big deal. Everybody saw that.
How much was it?
It's about $650,000, which doesn't sound like a lot when you're talking about Honda or whatever. But at the end of the day, you know, that particular case, Honda was collecting more information than they needed, right? These laws also say that you're restricted to the amount of the kind of information you're collecting and how you're using it, because it needs to be contextual. For instance, I'm an automotive dealership. I can only collect information that's going to facilitate the marketing of, the selling of, and the ownership support of a vehicle. Okay, I can't collect any information that's outside of those bounds, and I can't request information from you, right, that is more than is required by law to, for instance, opt out or to submit a DSAR request, which in the case of Honda, right, they made you jump through a bunch of hoops in order to opt out. Remember when we talk about at parity, you've got to have an equal opportunity. They made you jump through a couple of hoops to do that. And if you submit a DSAR request, a third party can submit DSAR requests on your behalf. Okay, you're allowed to ask for evidence from the third party, but you're not allowed, in the case of Honda, to ask for the mailing address of the person that third party represents and then mail them directly up. So you're collecting information you don't need in order to facilitate that particular transaction. So yeah, these laws can be very expensive, or you know, running afoul of them can be terribly expensive. But complying with the laws is incredibly inexpensive. So
there you go. I like that. We all like that, don't we? Complying can be very inexpensive, and it's an investment. All right. Well, I'm gonna jump over to Sandy here for a minute, and then we'll come back. And I've got. I hope I have time for some more questions, because I'm so happy that you're all on here, because this is such a large brain trust. Everybody, I can see all the big brains here. So Sandy, we talked this morning. We talked today about 3 technology companies so far, and then we have good old-fashioned shoe leather, which is some things just need human interaction, and that's where you come in, is the human interaction. And so take a minute, please, and tell everyone what IA HR Consulting is and what you do. And then I want to jump into what Terry said. I'm sure Terry has more to add to talk about what the current administration is doing on DEI and what dealers should do with DEI. So take it away.
Okay. So Tom, thank you. Thank you for having me on. Short version, I fell in love with automotive in about 1998. I created HR departments in dealership, one dealership for just about 20 years. And then I opened my consulting business for HR and DEI. I just help dealers protect their profits, right? And I bring fun, humanity, and a little brightness into the boring stuff, right, of HR. So, because it doesn't have to be that way. So that's a short version. Do you want me to address the DEI?
Yeah, I mean, so we know the current administration is trying to dismantle DEI, as Terry said. From your perspective, how should dealers adapt to the current pressures to eliminate DEI, and is that the right thing to do?
So, one, thanks for this question, Tom. I think it's a really important question. And I think that eliminating DEI might be something that some should do. And maybe you weren't expecting that answer from me. I mean, I won DEI champions in automotive news. I have created a council for our industry for inclusion. I believe deeply in DEI, but I do think that if you went into DEI without a clear understanding of what it really is, just to kind of jump on the bandwagon and open a couple of ERGs to support your underrepresented groups,
let's try to stay away other than DEI. Please explain what an ERG is.
An employee resource group, right? You create a group like that supports an underrepresented group in your organization. So if you did it for those reasons, maybe you didn't, without a clear understanding of what DEI really is, maybe it's a good idea to kind of put the brakes.
Well, excuse me 1 second. Why don't you give us a clear understanding of what DEI is?
I will. I definitely will. Because if you're doing that, I do think you're doing it at your own peril, right? A better strategy might be to get a real understanding of what it is. And sometimes it's easier to say what it isn't. And I think a lot of the hoopla is that DEI is not merit-based, when that's really the opposite. You can ask any underrepresented person who in automotive, take a woman who's risen to a high level, and it's not about lowering the bar for knowledge, skills, aptitude. In fact, kind of like the opposite. Ask them if they haven't had to be 2 and 3 times as good as their counterpart, right? What they've had to do. So it's not about that. Understanding it in a minute, I couldn't give you the basics. What I would say is get some help in understanding what that is. In the end, I would focus on inclusion, because that is the glue. That is the glue. And that is the thing that I believe that in our industry, it's part of why we talk about our high turnover, our inability to attract emerging talent, and why the gender gap remains at 20%, sometimes even less. We've gone a little bit backwards. So it is also about your customers, because no matter what I would say is definitely get some help understanding on what it is, right? And go slow. DEI is not inherently illegal. It is not. Quotas are illegal, but you don't want to do that anyway. It's never been a part of what DEI is, because your customers, it is about your customers. It's about connecting with, retaining them, getting them, retaining them, your internal customers too, who are all of your employees, right? Because no matter what administration, right, the 4 years is going to pass, and your customers will be there waiting, diverse, and they'll just be waiting for you. So while I think that the short answer is some should get out, while trying to get a better understanding so that they don't run afoul and make silly mistakes, and some should dig deeper.
Terry, you have any comments on this?
Yeah, I think DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, is one of those issues that was made a strong issue with the CFPB, trying to shoehorn the concept of discrimination into the Unfair Deceptive Trade Practices Act. And that was, I don't think you'll see any of that activity now. As a matter of fact, I think it'll all be reversed regarding that. And the case of all these attorney generals from RAGA, Republican Attorney Generals Association, opposing DEI, I think what Sandy said is wise counsel. I don't think it's a priority on a federal level, nor is it on a state level. Unless you're in a democratically controlled state, possibly. But even there, I think that it's probably one of those approaches to employment law that may be seeing a sunset.
Go ahead, Sandy.
I just want to jump back in because I do want dealers and anybody watching to understand that the EEOC, which is, at the federal level, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, they have made it pretty clear in their latest announcements that have come out, that employers do need to be careful. You do need to. I wouldn't, but I'm still gonna say don't. For those who are in it for the right reasons, put brakes, but create a strategy, right? So I think that's really interesting what Terry just said too about the CFPB.
And when you say create a strategy, what do you mean? Are you talking about an inclusion strategy?
Yes, I mean dig into what that means. How do you begin to create an inclusive environment? And that's going to start with your leaders. What are the characteristics that your leaders need? What are the things that they need to learn? One is emotional intelligence, right? And just to give a little, impetus for people wanting to gain emotional intelligence. People who are emotionally intelligent make $30,000 more than people who are not, right? Mm-hmm. Then you have to learn the skills of emotional maturity, right? To understand what's going on around you, having your leaders, and this comes to a basic thing, and being able to frame decisions that you're making with your people, mostly, mm-hmm. right? With your employees and also with your customers, understanding what's going on around you and being able to respond effectively and create an environment where people, your customers and your employees will want to be and want to stay.
Sandy, how should a dealership or a business document that? How should they document all the things that you're talking about now?
Well, there should be a written plan, right? When you understand that there is a need for diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? Unless what you really want is the opposite of that. If you want uniformity, inequity, and exclusion, keep doing what you're doing. If you want to have diversity, equity, and inclusion, you should have a written plan. And that should begin with all of your leaders. And you should understand why. That should be written down. You should understand how you're tying that to your business. The first and most simple one is, does your staff reflect the area in which you operate, right? And there's no one that has that in terms of gender.
So if I may add to what Sandy said, I think she said something that is really pertinent and significant. Put it in writing. Have a plan that's written. Have a plan that's updated. And that applies to not only the labor side of the business, employees and so forth, employee handbook, but a compliance program, a written compliance program, have a written complaint program, and have it documented. So if consumer complains, written account of that. And it's been my experience, when I investigated, prosecuted car dealers, any car dealer that at least made an effort to have something in writing, have something prepared, they had some evidence, some kind of defense. Yes. Some dealers don't have anything, and they are truly defenseless if they are ever subjected to some kind of investigation.
That's right. So, Sandy, 1 second. Harsh, let me bounce that over to you. Tell me how a software like vComply can help with what Terry and Sandy are talking about in terms of, do you have a policy, and can that be distributed to all the employees? Can you take a minute and speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think what vComply does is it helps you automate your policy distribution, right? From drafting that policy, having it in there, to being able to send it to your employees for reading and testing to the policy document. You also have functionality where you can get into the policy system and query a chatbot and get the answers that you need from that policy document. So it makes it really easy for your employees to understand the policies and the procedures that you have in place.
Right. In which case, when a regulator comes in, you say, "Come on in, have a seat. Let me show you. Here's where all our information. It's all housed in the software. Let's talk. You want to talk about DEI? You want to talk about FTC buyer's guides? You want to talk? what would you like to talk about? Because it's all housed right here in this one place. Makes things super convenient and helps you sleep better at night. Sandy, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
You're fine. You're fine. One thing I definitely, I think my biggest piece of advice for anybody really and any dealers is right now, if you don't already have a labor attorney on retainer, now is the time to do it, because you need somebody to be able to call. There are so many things going on, and dealers need to know what their rights are, and have somebody on the horn. I mean, I mentioned the EEOC, and the EEOC has come out, speaking of DEI, has come out with a fact sheet for what to do if you are a victim of illegal DEI. So
Right.
you need to have somebody on the horn.
Right. Okay, so
if I may add to what she said, there's an association called the National Association of Dealer Counsel, NADC. There are about 700 attorneys all across the country that specialize in these areas, and most of them practice labor law, and they will certainly echo what Sandy just said.
Right. Okay. We're entering our speed round now. 30 seconds to kind of wrap things up here. What you see in the future, what dealers should be concerned about. Boyd, let's just start with you, and we'll go around the horn here. What should they pay attention to?
Pay attention to. I would say that you really do need to pay attention to all aspects of compliance, but in particular one that maybe doesn't get a lot of attention, which is consumer data privacy. And I would say, being an attorney, and very happy to throw attorneys under the bus, these laws were written so that you will read and you will disqualify yourself from complying with them. Ultimately, we're kind of moving towards probably federal legislation where we're not just talking about, in order to overcome the enforcement issues of multi-jurisdiction laws, we're probably going to have a federal legislation, which is going to open up a right of private action. Probably is going to open up a right of private action, which means anybody will be able to take legal action. And when that happens, it's going to be, ADA compliance kind of grift times 1,000. It's really going to be a nightmare for folks. And it's such an easy thing to get ahead of. And then under the banner of respecting or even empathy or emotional intelligence, understand that if you can communicate to your consumers, you do care about them and you do care about taking care of their data. That's the first signal that you're going to take care of them. And the last thing that I'll say really quick is this is one gap that I've noticed across the board is, even if you've got a cookie banner and you're happy with the company that's providing it, and you've got DSAR to get everything else, make sure that you have somebody, a lawyer in your jurisdiction, who's helping you work through all of your vendor contracts, because your vendor contracts need to limit the use of the data that's being supplied to them for facilitation of certain functions and some functionality or whatever features for their different platforms. You have to explicitly limit their use, because if you don't, they use that information, they share that information, sell that information, and you're in trouble.
That was a little more than 30 seconds, but thank you. Very succinct. Harsh, any final thoughts here?
I'd say focus on knowing what you don't know. I think, just keeping compliance overboard is super important. Keeping things transparent is super important. And it's only a risk if you don't know about it. So managing and proactively addressing it is important.
Okay, Sandy?
I would say immigration is another focus. So you should prepare for I-9 audits. You should do an internal audit right now. You should also know particularly if you're like in Texas or Florida, an area where there are many immigrants who have lost their legal right to work recently.
Right.
You should do an audit, and you should have that attorney to know what to
Totally
do.
agree. I-9 raids have started and are continuing. Terry, final thoughts.
Final thoughts. First, I think dealers should recognize they're perhaps the most regulated industry in the United States.
No question.
Item number one. Item number two, probably everybody on this panel could go into a car dealership and find some infraction of the law, because the demands of this regulation is staggering. Consequently, every dealer should have a clients manager, someone who's watching out for them and can understand these issues and correct them as needed.
Absolutely. Well, I agree with that, right? Since that's what I do, I have to agree with you. Isn't that right, Ted?
Wow. What a panel, Tom Kline. So much information. I took a lot of notes, a lot of horsepower on here. And, Tom, I'm going to ask if you can come back and let's do this again at the next event. Because
Absolutely.
Sandy, the information here is so important. And the way you folks brought it out from your different perspective, your different backgrounds, Boyd and Harsh, amazing information. And again, on a lot of topics. And Terry, this is top of mind, for dealers today. And if not, it certainly will open a lot of eyes and a lot of ears, what we heard today.
Absolutely. Right. Thanks everybody for being here today.
I want to thank the panel, Terry with Reynolds and Reynolds, Boyd for being with us today. Harsh, amazing information. Sandy, our good friend, thank you so much for coming back on the roundtable. Great to see you. And
great to be here. Thank you.
Congratulations, everything that's happening.
Yeah.
For you as well. And Tom Kline, if our audience wants to reach out for more information on what you do and how you help the dealer, what's the best way, Tom, to get a hold of you?
On the screen, you'll see my email address is there. I'll give you my cell phone number. Feel free to reach out. I do answer my phone. It's 757-434-7656. That's why on LinkedIn I've got a little red phone after my name, because I actually do answer my phone. So just or go to my website and fill out the form, and I'll be happy to help.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Tom Kline and the all-star panel here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted.
Auto buyer identity fraud has surged at an alarming rate in the past 6 years, with fraudsters financing an average loan amount of $38,000 per deal. The auto industry needs a smarter way to fight it. That's why we've combined data-driven insights from across Capital One with first-hand experience to reduce fraud for our customers by 2/3 since 2022. Now, we're putting that expertise in your hands. Meet the future of fraud prevention. With multiple AI-powered tools integrated with our known fraudster database, get real-time fraud alerts, instantly flag suspicious activity, and seamlessly verify identities. Meet Protected. Protect revenue, stop fraud. Get protected. Powered by Capital One.
We want to make it so that every automotive dealer can use AI natively and effectively to enhance the abilities of your employees to do their job. When we look at the ROI, one of the things that we know is that if you can communicate to a customer on a missed phone call in 15 minutes or less, that drives up profitability and customer satisfaction. So not only does our AI engage that customer on a missed phone call, it also creates a workflow for the employees to get back to the customers with predictive intelligence about what they need to provide to the customer to handle the situation as it arises.
BG Experience provides a window into today's vehicle systems, including the engine, brake, driveline, and cooling system. You will learn about how each system functions, the challenges they face, and BG Products' preventative maintenance solutions to these challenges. BG Experience is used by automotive trade schools and service centers to educate students, technicians, and service advisors. The ability to see how individual components of complex vehicle systems interact in motion provides a more visceral understanding than older training methods. We partner with over 50,000 shops and service centers around the globe. BG Experience is an essential tool to engage and educate automotive professionals worldwide.
Explore the dark side of the moon in a segment from our After Dark show featuring McKenna Valley and Steve Greenfield.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable's After Dark show. My name is Brooke Englehart, and I'm joined by Ted Ings and McKenna Valley, and hopefully soon to be Steve Greenfield. But at this time, McKenna, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's great to be here.
McKenna, welcome. We've heard so much about you and about SparkServ. Looking forward to learning more tonight from you, from your perspective as a business owner in this exciting field of automotive. And Brooke, welcome. Thank you so much for being here tonight from Northwood from the Auto Show, it looks like.
Thank you, Ted. I appreciate it.
I'm going to bring Steve Greenfield in right now. Steve's coming in, and we're going to get his perspective. I'm sure he's been busy answering a lot of questions the last couple of days, Steve.
I am. Look where I am, Ted. Can you guess where this is?
That does look familiar. Where are you?
I'm in the former Rensen Center, GM's former headquarters up here in Detroit.
Yeah.
How
Michigan.
Appropriate, huh? How appropriate. Look at that.
Extremely. Love that. Now, is that your car? You get to drive that home?
That is indeed. That's part of the deal here.
All right. Exciting, Steve. Thanks for joining us tonight. A lot of things in the news. We're going to get to that shortly. Alan Bass, good evening. Sarah Vantine, Trevor Shannon, Jeremy Stevens is here. Of course, Tony Owens is here as well. Katrina and Vanessa are in Sri Lanka, Brooke, and tell us about that, because that's been kind of unexpected to a lot of folks, what they're doing there, and it's a Northwood event from what I understand.
Yeah, definitely. So at this time, Katrina and Vanessa are currently in Colombo, Sri Lanka, and we have Alexander Mazon in the chat. How exciting. It seems to be 5:30 a.m. there right now on Tuesday, but that is exactly where they're at, is Colombo, Sri Lanka. And they're a part of NU Cars, which is the Northwood University Computer Automotive Retail Simulation. So Katrina, Vanessa, Alexander Mazon, and Colin Kubik are all a part of that throughout this week.
And I think LG Bright is part of that group, if I'm not mistaken, Alexander. You could chime in on that as well. But that's quite a long trip, Brooke, to be out there.
Yeah, definitely. From what I've heard, their flight in total, flying from all the way from Detroit all the way down to Sri Lanka, was a total of 25 hours, which is quite some time. So, yeah.
Good evening, Tully Williams. Steve, I think they have you beat on the longest trip lately, right?
I don't know. We should compare notes. Kazakhstan was pretty far.
Okay. How many hours, Steve?
It took us just over 20, I think, to get there both way, either way. Yeah. So it was long as well, but when it gets that long, you don't really need to compare. It's a long trip. You definitely have jet lag. There's no doubt.
Yeah, that's the one thing that would worry me. I heard 19 and a half hours for this trip each way, or at least on the way going there. So you got them beat. Wow.
That's tough.
Yeah. All right. So some information tonight on what McKenna is working on with SparkServ. But first, Brooke, I know you've got a couple questions tonight to kick things off. I think for Steve first, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I do. Yeah. So Steve, got a question for you. What impact do you see tariffs having on this space of fix ops in general?
Wow. How many hours do we have?
19 and a half. No, just kidding.
Yeah, exactly. Well, look, I mean, I think the short version here is that we're going to see this play out very similar to what we saw with COVID, right? So new car prices will reset upwards, meaning that consumers that were in the market last week for a car come back into the showroom and like, whoo, the car is like $3,000 to $5,000 more. Dealers are going to clue in and be like, oh, there's going to be a run on used cars. So used cars will reset upwards. So consumers that were otherwise going to trade in their car are going to be like, I'm holding on to it for a lot longer. I just can't afford to trade it in right now. So they'll be more loyal to dealers bringing their cars in to get serviced. And the big surprise out of COVID was dealers were more busy than ever with fixed operations. So I think you're going to see consumer hold times being longer. They're going to be more likely to bring their cars in and say, look, I got to get that work done that I've been holding off on because I can't risk my car, not running because I can't afford to buy a new or a used vehicle. So I think this will be a good dynamic for dealers overall and fixed ops, not so much on, variable ops, but for fixed ops, I think this is going to be a big positive.
McKenna, do you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, certainly. I think what Steve's saying is absolutely correct. I've spoken to a lot of dealers lately who have some trepidation about their budgets and making investments at this time just because of so much uncertainty in the market. But I think when it comes to these tariffs, obviously, this time is going to either be galvanizing for a lot of folks or paralyzing. And it's up to dealers to decide which they'd like to pursue. They're going to need to double down on fixed ops and especially fixed ops efficiency. So I know everyone's strapped for service techs, but how are we optimizing their time? I think a lot more dealers are going to step away from the service bay and hit the Excel sheet and try to figure out what are the most profitable service operation codes. How can we optimize for fewer parts or fewer imported parts, which will also incur tariffs? And how can we make sure that our service techs are well fed and our service bays are full in an efficient way? So,
McKenna and Steve, this question is for both of you. I had a gentleman on the show late last week, and he had been a vice president at Pep Boys for many years. And he said that the parts that the aftermarket companies use in their vehicles and in the repairs, many of them come from some of the countries that are in the 40% plus tariff range. And that's going to dramatically hike the cost of parts to aftermarket companies, making the dealership even more attractive. Steve, maybe your thoughts on something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I was at 2 aftermarket conferences presenting last week, and one of them, 2 of our investors are brothers that own one of the biggest marketplaces for aftermarket parts. I won't mention the name, but they said, you know, they're sourcing 100% of all the parts on their marketplace through Taiwan. And they said with these tariffs, the parts are overnight going to be 25% more costly, and that's all going to filter through. They said we have no choice. We don't make 25% margins on these parts. We got to increase the prices, and they have no idea how their customers, who in many cases are dealers and aftermarket shops, how they're going to respond. So I think for OEM parts, to be determined, you know, whether the OEMs are sourcing their parts overseas and have to pass through those costs to franchise dealers. But to your point, Ted, I think the independent repair shops in many cases are going to be shocked, and they're going to have to pass it through to the consumer, who in turn is going to be shocked the next time they go in for something as simple as an oil change. And they're like, man, I mean, the parts cost could have gone up 20 or 30%.
And this is at a time when parts have already been going up considerably. All around the horn. And Steve, what do you see happening on the variable side? I know it's early yet in the process. A lot of these tariffs haven't yet taken shape, if they even will, right? We don't even know.
Well, it's fascinating. Like, I've got dealers, we've got about 80 dealers that have invested in our 3 funds. I've got dealers texting me saying, we're having record-breaking days, like literally the best days we've ever had in terms of sales, because consumers are clued in, and they're like, hey, if I can get ahead of this thing. Hey, you know, the savvy dealers are using this to market right now, right? Get your pre-COVID specials or whatever it is, pre-tariff specials, I should say. And yes, so I think they're pulling ahead a lot of demand, which is going to make that much more painful when these tariffs actually take effect, and you know, MSRPs go up and window stickers go up as a result. But yeah, so the dealers are experiencing a lot of sales right now for the inventory that's on the ground, but I think it's going to dry up pretty tremendously once these increases take place.
McKenna, a lot of opportunity here for dealers, the way like Steve said, just the way COVID ended up being unexpectedly as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think the time for analysis is really now. A lot of dealers and a lot of fixed ops leaders have enjoyed being order-taking departments for a very long time. I think it's now time to sharpen our pencils and look at where can we actually make outsized profits on which operations, on which repair orders, and kind of try to, you know, weather the storm a little bit proactively in a way that we haven't really seen in the past.
Brooke?
Yeah. So Steve, I'd love to ask you another question, if that's all right.
Please, fire away.
So what do you see as the biggest threat to fixed ops at retail auto dealers?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I would almost ask Ted, but I think that, dealers are victim of their processes, I think, at this point. I think that, folks like Ted are at least out there helping educate the dealer body and bringing best practices. But, I think the dealers that aren't performing up to their peers are only at a disadvantage because they're not aware of folks like Ted that are helping, spread the gospel around what you should do from processes. And then innovators like McKenna, who are bringing new solutions to market to really help dealers get a competitive edge over the other dealers in their markets.
We're going to talk about McKenna's solution in just a moment, but I was in a dealership 2 weeks ago, McKenna and Steve, and they had taken their rear window of the parts department out and moved it into the shop to make it more accessible so that techs, they would be aware of what parts the techs needed and deliver it to them. And that was the first step. And part two is the robot now, Steve, that's taking the parts out to the tech and making sure that there's no more steps in between the technician's bay and the window for the parts department. Steve, I see that's something that's going to continue to grow and get better and better.
Yeah, I mean, and the robots you're seeing now, I think I saw the dealer that you were referring to, pretty rudimentary robot, right? It's kind of like just you load it up and it just moves around the shop. But I think that they will get more sophisticated. And if you aren't paying attention to these companies that are getting a lot of funding around robotics, I mean, it's getting pretty scary what they're contemplating now. And in the short term, we're going to see humanoid robotics being able to walk around the factory floor. And once that technology gets into the dealership, I think they're going to be able to take a lot of the labor, the drudgery work, and the movement of parts and heavy equipment, et cetera, around the dealership and automate a lot of that. So I'm looking forward to it. I think it's gonna be cool. It'll be very Terminator-like, but so scary at the same time. But I think we will see that in the next 12 to 18 months.
Steve, I know you see a lot of technology in all over the dealership, not just in fixed, but when McKenna and SparkServ came across your desk, tell us what was it about what she's doing that intrigues you, and then I want to take it a little bit further from there.
Yeah, I mean, Ted, I've had this conversation for 2 or 3 years now that, we see a lot of roles at the dealership that are repetitive. And, anytime you've got a human doing a repetitive task in front of a computer screen, I think there's plenty of opportunity to automate it. And the first version of this is going to be effectively just to augment, that employees' time and throughput, make them more effective, pushing off a lot of the work that they don't want to do, but then bringing best practices as well. And I think, with McKenna specifically, we were seeing evidence that she's really helping fixed operations employees improve their productivity. And as a result, hit new thresholds and new records for productivity for these employees. So I think that she's, with all due respect, McKenna, I think you're just scratching the surface with where you're going. But even now, as she describes the product, I mean, she's making tremendous inroads in bringing productivity gains to dealers and their fixed ops employees.
McKenna, tell us more, because it's not every investment opportunity that Steve goes ahead and makes sure they get funded. What did they see in what you've got going?
I wish I could say with 100% certainty what Steve saw, but I think kind of where we see eye to eye is on this market problem. You have BDC agents who are sitting in a call center who, for most of them, this is their first role in automotive. They have no insider knowledge or no expertise in this space, and yet they are responsible for generating demand for your most profitable revenue stream, the fixed ops department. So what we saw is basically this massive void in productivity because this is a bit of a tough job, taking calls from people whose second largest investment in their life has an issue. So all of the frustration and rejection that comes with that, and finding a way to make them, profitable employees, productive employees, whether it's their first day on the job or their 1000th day on the job. And I think probably what Steve saw in this was an opportunity to create huge economic outcomes for dealers without having to really heavy lift or do much change management, because ultimately it's just about plugging and playing and making these reps more productive through autonomous automation, basically smart automation that helps them be just better employees.
So McKenna, walk us through it, because people have asked me, okay, So once I imagine maybe you made contact with Steve, what was the process like? How did this go about? And what kind of questions and diligence did they do over at Automotive Ventures?
I think maybe that's a special sauce that Automotive Ventures does in their diligence process. But I think ultimately it was putting it into the hands of dealers and getting dealers' feedback on it. It takes an operator to know whether something's going to work for them or not. And I think one thing that Automotive Ventures does differently than most of the VCs that I've worked with in the past is trusting the people who are their backers and their end users. They do a lot on like ensuring that their LPs are taking an active role in evaluating the benefit of a company, and that's part of why we wanted to, be in the Automotive Ventures portfolio, is because of that outsized access to information and feedback.
Steve, is that about right?
Yeah, the only thing I would add, exactly, I think McKenna nailed it. I think the only thing I would add is we've got 80 store owners now that represent about 1,000 stores that are investors across our funds. And as a result, we do run like what we call a dealer investment. We have them pitch. We have them pitch to our dealers. We ask the dealers in real time, beat them up, give them the hard questions, and then we dismiss the entrepreneur at the end of that call and say, so did you like what you saw? Did you not like what you saw, et cetera? So that's a key part of our diligence process now, is getting that feedback from the owners. And, often they'll raise their hands and say, yeah, I'm excited enough that I want to actually put some of my own money to work and invest directly as well. And when we hear that, that's the best validation. If you've got like an owner of 25 stores who's saying, I want to invest in this company, then that's really good validation for us to move to the next step. If we get a bunch of dealers saying, I don't think other dealers are going to buy this, I would never use the product, et cetera, then it gives us a lot of caution, obviously, to be able to push through that resistance. But so obviously, McKenna and her team did very, very well on that call and got us through to the next round. And as a result, it has ended up with additional customers that she's added since then.
McKenna, this is very exciting for you.
Yeah, I mean, this whole journey has been exciting for us. I think as an entrepreneur, I think I'd be crazy not to feel some level of enthusiasm about finding a problem that so many dealers are experiencing and trying to find a new way of solving it that makes their lives easier and provides an outsized return to them.
I'm curious, is it just service BDC, or do you handle the variable side as well?
We just work with service BDC today, and the reason for that, Ted, is plain and simple profit margins. This is the most profitable revenue stream for dealers, and this is the ability for us to make as much money to the bottom line for dealers as possible. Not to mention the BDCs are, I would say, maybe one of the most underloved departments at a dealer group. So it's really impactful for us to go in and invest a little bit of time and effort for a huge outcome for dealers.
So you're going to change all that. Steve, I would imagine that most calls that come into the dealership are for fixed ops, for service or parts. With the service BDC fielding most of those, what do you say? What is your research saying?
Yeah, I mean, from our research, McKenna would know better than me, but a lot of it is inbound. Is my car ready? When can I pick my car up? So, I mean, even before you start enabling the BDC rep to be much more successful on outbound intelligence, before they make the call, how am I going to talk to this consumer, et cetera, just handling those inbounds more intelligently can make them much more efficient.
Brooke, your thoughts, any questions?
Yeah, very insightful, both from McKenna and Steve. McKenna, I feel like this has been answered quite a bit through our conversation thus far, but why exactly does SparkServ exist?
So SparkServ exists because, to put it simply, I listened to my dad, who works at a car dealership. He was lamenting to me about why their fixed ops department was so inefficient, why tech turnover was so high, why there was so much BDC agent turnover and how unproductive it was. And curiosity got the better of me. I went on site and just shadowed for a day, looked at what's happening in the BDC, And what we found is that the average BDC rep is using anywhere between 7 to 10 different pieces of software on a daily basis. And mind you, these are reps who, for the vast majority of them, they don't have a formal education. It's their first role in automotive. They have no expertise in this space. And the turnover is incredibly high. About 40% leave within the first 6 months in the role. So anytime you're investing in ramping is just lost the second they walk out the door. And so why does this exist? Because this doesn't have to be the way that demand is generated for your profit center. We realize that this is not a hard job from an actual, difficulty perspective, but hard from like an emotional labor perspective because of how much frustration and rejection reps are faced with. And we thought that by automating a lot of their role and empowering them to do a better job, giving them visibility into their bonus pay at the end of month, and aggregating research for them so they don't have to waste minutes doing that when they could just be servicing the customer and creating a better expectation to reality delta, we would be able to better serve customers and provide additional service appointments for dealers. And that's kind of where we focus. That's how we came to be.
Steve, do you see this as a growth space, in terms of dealerships and technology? Because there seems to be a lot of action on this phones, calls, and so on, including AI, of course.
Well, if you look at more broadly outside of automotive, something like 80% of all deals that are getting funded right now from a VC perspective are AI related. Not too surprisingly, we see these huge, valuations. OpenAI at $300 billion, et cetera. SoftBank making huge, $20 billion investments here and there. So I think that we're going to continue to see more. And I think the promise is across every industry, it's the same thing. We see a lot of labor. By my calculations, about 60% of a dealer's monthly costs is labor. And I think that we're looking at this era of AI that's going to allow automation. And I think that the first version of this is McKenna's doing is help augment the productivity of an existing person at the dealership. But, it isn't going to be too long before we start looking at replacement. Like your robot's a good example, but somebody who used to be the part runner now can be replaced by a robot.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Is for us to go in and look at folks that are doing repetitive tasks that can be automated to free those people up to do higher value work. So, as I've told you before, Ted, I'd love to do a whole fund only around process automation, kind of like we've seen with WarCloud. I've discussed WarCloud quite a bit on the show in the past. But one of the better examples of one of our early investments at automating processes for dealers and doing a great job. So I think that we'll be able to continue to build out a nice portfolio of companies like WarCloud and like McKenna's company SparkServ to help dealers pick, a menu of different solutions that are going to be able to automate various roles of the dealership and save costs in the process.
Fascinating stuff. Steve, if I can, a follow-up for you. What impact do you see companies like SparkServ who are in this space, what impact do you think it's going to have on retail automotive? You mentioned the dealer owners that McKenna and her team got in front of, but what do you see there? Because it seems to me that the phones have been like at the top of the list for the last 3, 4, 5, maybe 10 years in dealership. So it's not going away.
Well, I think uniquely, McKenna's solution and others have the opportunity to check a few boxes simultaneously, which really we haven't seen ever, I think, in automotive facing software technologies. And that's, an improved consumer experience, while at the same time generating more revenue and taking out costs. I would challenge you, Ted, help me understand one solution you've ever seen that does all three of those things at the same time. I think with AI-powered solutions, you're going to be able to do the same thing. The consumer should get a better experience, a more consistent, best practices type of experience. The dealer can say, I'm actually making more revenue, whether it's, per sale, per RO, whatever it might be. And I'm also, at the same time, taking costs out. I think we're at this unique sort of precipice of like these new AI-powered solutions that are going to potentially do all three of those things at the same time.
McKenna, you want to weigh in on that?
I think Steve said it really well. I think that we are seeing kind of an emergence with AI coming into this space. And the biggest thing for me, at least, is winning back market share for dealers. Like with AI, we have this newfound opportunity to optimize business intelligence and make that automated, optimize outreach, make that automated, reach the consumer where they are in a way that we haven't historically done in the past. 70% of customers who drive off your lot will never be serviced by you again. Those are customers who are being stolen by independent repair shops and franchise groups like Midas or Jiffy Lube. The biggest threat to dealers today is maintaining that relationship with the customer. And I think with AI, being able to meet the consumer where they are, that's where we're going to see kind of a new dominance, or hopefully we will see a new era of dominance of the retail auto dealer above and beyond what we've seen in the past.
All right, McKenna, it's out now. So this is available for dealers today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where do they go to learn more?
They can shoot me an email at mk@sparkserv.com or head to our website, sparkserv.com, and request a demo. But we would love to support any fixed ops leaders who are ready to double down on BDC and turn it into a weapon to generate more demand for your most profitable revenue stream.
All right, sparkserv.com. How'd you come up with the name?
We came up with it based on like spark plugs and auto servicing. And you know, why is there no E at the end? Domains are expensive. But yeah.
I bet there are. Steve, any closing thoughts on McKenna Valley and SparkServ and the opportunity dealers?
No, just we're delighted that McKenna took the opportunity to take money from us, and we're working very closely with her to unlock growth. So we're excited to see what she grows this thing into in the future.
All right. Well, McKenna Valley and Steve Greenfield, congratulations to both of you. McKenna Valley with SparkServ.com, the big name for automotive, and check it out. And it has won over Steve Greenfield's Automotive Ventures, which is not an easy thing to do, everybody. Very few companies get through that final round.
This is true. This is very true. It's a very good point.
I spoke with somebody today and mentioned that. So, McKenna, congratulations. And just that alone is strong proof in the pudding.
Yeah, well, we hope that we can prove a lot more than that.
All right. Well, good. All right. So a lot to come, everybody. And Brooke Engelhardt, thank you so much for being here with us tonight.
Yeah, Brooke, Ted, you better watch out. You're going to be out of a job soon. Brooke did an excellent job. So congratulations, Brooke. Nice work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Brooke, real quick, tell us, what do you have coming up at Northwood? When do you graduate? And I see the big auto show sign behind you.
Yes, yeah. I am graduating, so I'm currently in my 4th year of my bachelor's. So I will be graduating May 10th, which is crazy to say that it's almost a month away. And then coming up in September of this year, September 19th through the 21st, is the 62nd Northwood University International Auto Show.
Nice.
Wow.
Well, congratulations to you and Northwood University and the great people coming out of Northwood. So it only continues. So McKenna Valley from SparkServ, Steve Greenfield, Automotive Ventures, thank you so much for being with us tonight. We'll be back on Wednesday, everybody. Got a great show ahead, and we'll see you then.
isn't a hologram. It's the Blink AI and Numa panel from our Niello pop-up event.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Vanessa Collins, joined by Katrina Ness. We are here in Sacramento at the Niello Company's newest Porsche dealership, joined by Tully Williams, of course. And today we are going to be talking all about AI. We have Dave Perry as well as Ashleigh Norton from Blink AI and Derek Simonds from Numa. This is a really exciting panel, Tully.
It's a great example, just showing the technology that are available today and try to ensure, because really what we're in, repeat referral business, and is drive with that retention. And that's where these two companies can help you get that retention number. One, sure, to ensure customer satisfaction, which means customer supplies income, and two, ultimately drive repeat referral business retention. That's what it's all about.
Definitely, definitely. So, Dave, talk to us a little bit about what your company does in the retail space and automotive.
Sure, Katrina. Blink AI is a customer engagement platform that's driven by AI. We focus a lot on automation using AI technology to try to infer what customers are looking for and to be able to handle that in the fastest way possible and to escalate up to humans when necessary. But by and large, try to have the AI drive a lot of the engagements, book the appointments, do the follow-up, do the outbound recall for customers to basically increase the number of visits to the dealership. Basically, we're there to drive volume into the dealership.
Definitely. Ashley, do you have anything to add on what Blink AI does in retail automotive?
Yeah, I think something Dave says really well is that we all there's a lot of solutions out there that are fixing the phones, right? Because that is the number one problem in the service drive is the phones are ringing off the hook. Customers can't get in touch. But we start to solve that problem higher up with a more simplistic, easy for a customer to understand scheduling tool so that we're not asking them for their year, their make, their model, their trim. We know all that information. We ingest that from the DMS. So we make it a lot faster for them to go ahead and schedule that appointment so that they don't have to phone into the dealership. NADA said that for every extra step you put in your scheduling process that a customer has to answer, you lose another 20% of the customers and they have to phone in. So we're solving it higher up. And then also working, like Tully mentioned, with retention. Like retention is huge. And we automate those campaigns. And again, not sending them back to the scheduler to die. It's a one-click campaign to just get them scheduled and get them to the dealership.
Right, right. And you guys are working a lot with AI because that is the up and coming thing. And Derek, you are also using AI in your platform. So how does Numa play a role in the retail automotive space?
So if you look at Numa like as the parent AI, what Numa does is depending on what happens with the customer when they call in, Numa has different AI agents that it's going to engage with. We have an opportunity agent for, used car acquisition out of the service drive. We have an opportunity agent to help with upsells, right? We have an appointment agent that is, it's very interesting because one of the things that, agents are kind of a buzzword right now for AI. And an agent actually means that the AI has agency and it can make a decision of how to get to the end goal, right? So here's the start, here's the finish. And so, when we're talking about appointment setting, one of the things about appointment setting is that when a customer talks to our AI actually will make a decision. Should I text with it, the customer? Should I collect information and pass that on to a human at the dealership to help facilitate the scheduling, like you were saying, escalate it? Or do we automate it and then go ahead and push that through into the scheduler or the DMS? So there's a lot of things that are happening and it's happening really fast. And what's kind of cool sitting here on a panel with Blink is that I think that we both have the same view that any call that rings to the dealership that's not handled properly by the AI has to get escalated back up to the human at the dealership. Unfortunately, there's a lot of AI platforms that are out there today that we compete with in the appointment setting space that are black holes. That if you call into them and you don't schedule an appointment, nobody knows what happened. Literally, this is just gone. That customer evaporates. And we don't want that. Like that's a core tenet for us and for Blink is visibility, what's happening with the AI and the customer so that that human in the loop is engaged at the dealership, no matter we were successful or we didn't succeed in getting an automated appointment book.
So
Oh yeah. We'll see.
Now, it's still early in 2025, and looking ahead, what future trends in automotive retail technology could influence your company's strategies and products? We can start with Blink AI.
There's so many things that are happening. It's really an incredible time in the space. One of the things that we think about is today, when we're monitoring the phones, we're relying on the customer to come to us when say, look, I've got a problem, and then we try to direct them the right way. I think we can get ahead of that problem using AI because with telematics now we can determine what's wrong with the car before the customer even knows and notify them that they need to bring their car in and go ahead and schedule a visit. So the phones are certainly important, and those are the obvious things in a dealership because they ring all the time and they annoy everyone. But we think the problem can be solved ultimately further up the value chain so that things are handled well before there demands a phone call. But certainly when that call rings, you need something there to answer it 24/7 and get it to the right place to get it handled.
Absolutely. Derek or Numa?
Connected car's huge.
Yeah.
So if you drive a Toyota, right, and you get in and it throws off a tire pressure warning light, right, that's an alert that's going to the dealership that they don't do anything about. And so unfortunately, a lot of dealerships are inundated by these malfunction indicator lights or status connected car lights, and they don't know how to handle that. So the AI is able to help with that in a lot of ways.
I'm going to catch on that, Joe. That is one of the most important calls you can ever get is the computer phoning home.
Yep.
And when we look at our BMW store, when you talk about that, we call every one of those calls. And those calls are 99% of the time we're going to make an appointment for whatever it is. Even if it's I'm going to fill up your tire because they all leak. But the goal is that if the car phones home, now how do we get that process to get the customer to come in? And that's where AI can help us get that product if you don't have a BDC or a backstop for that. Because if we get a call at 1 o'clock in the morning, I would love to respond to that and say you have an appointment tomorrow morning. Yeah. Versus calling in, so leaving a voicemail, and then we talk to you in the morning. So there's so many things the connected car can do. We just beg the OEM to give it to us.
Yeah. So less than 50% of connected car alerts that are generated today actually result in communication at the dealer level. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And that's not repetitive ones. That's individual connected car alerts. So it's crazy. There's so much that's happening, and to Dave's point, so fast in where we are.
Yeah, hey, you mentioned the constant alerts, not even the repetitive ones. I mean, we have to use AI even in the BDC to aggregate that data for the BDC. We might be that first touch point, but if your car is constantly turning on and triggering that alert, it's really hard for BDCs, and BDCs want to do a good job.
Yeah.
Obviously.
They're just overwhelmed with the alerts.
Yeah, they're just inundated, and a human cannot be as diligent and consistent with connected car telematics as AI can be.
And I want to say this. We're talking about phones going crazy. What service department doesn't want this? We want the customer to call it. The goal is that they complain that we get 2 phone calls, but then we don't get phone calls. Well, we don't have any work. We don't have any appointments. The goal is that if you have too many phone calls, you should be, oh my God, this is a great thing, unless they're all negative, right? The goal is that we want to help grow your store. And if you have a lot of appointments, bring it on. This is the best thing ever. Yep.
Yes. Lots of attention and growing your people and growing your processes and your vendors to help you, combat all those customers and actually receiving those phone calls instead of them, going into black holes. So we have 2 amazing AI vendors and partners sitting right here with us. Thank you guys so much for sharing this valuable information and these tips in our ever-changing industry. Stay tuned because we have a lot more to come with the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
UVI has really taken a lot of different things and supplemented them. If they can see right away, hey, I think something's off with this, the customer's now thinking about it, and there's credibility. Not just the technician's opinion, not just the service advisor's opinion, but we've got pictures here, we've got a scan here.
We have this tool here that we can actually accurately find out what's wrong on the undercarriage of the car, on the sides of the car, above the car, even the smallest scratches on the window. So I think it helps us generate more customer base and more revenue as well.
Frame damage, rust, heavy rust, engine oil leaks, transmission leaks, and stuff like that, where we've caught a lot. That's what makes the system nice.
Grab your shades because a lunar eclipse is hitting the roundtable for our next speaker. Please welcome Owen Moon from DealerStream.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Owen Moon, the artist formerly known as Fixed Ops Digital, is back with us. He's got some big news. Owen, first of all, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Ted. It's been a while. Excited to be back.
Excited to have you. We've been through this together, through thick and thin, and we've seen a lot. And you've got some new things on the horizon. They're happening now since the acquisition of Fixed Ops Digital. Bring us up to speed, Owen.
Yeah, so as you know, Fixed Ops Digital, big partner of the Fixed Ops Roundtable over the years. We were acquired in late 2023 by Trade Pending. Spent some time with them, kind of helping through the transition. And then last fall, myself and one of my former partners in Fixed Ops Digital, Kevin Colma, started DealerStream. And we're really excited about it for a couple reasons. First off, it kind of continues our mission of trying to help dealerships solve problems. We really pride ourselves as being kind of the elevated approach to streaming advertising. And, we can help dealerships on so many different levels now, right? When it comes from sales, obviously service, which obviously a lot of the audience here is, and then even vehicle acquisition. So just kind of looked at a lot of different things. I was looking at some software, and then just kind of decided that this looked like a nice next mission. A lot of people are in the streaming space, doing things, but not everybody's doing it correctly. They're not doing it well. And, that's kind of what we are here for, is just to, kind of elevate the process. And really it comes down to, because this is where the audience is going, right? If you look at Nielsen, which is, a big data platform that looks at viewership and television consumption, that type of thing. In 2 years, we've gone from about 34% of people that are consuming their television through streaming platforms all the way to almost 44%. And it just keeps rising every month. But I think the biggest problem that we see is that still advertisers only are spending about 3% on average of their total ad budget on this type of strategy. So there's definitely a pendulum here that we need to balance out. And, that's what DealerStream is here to do.
Oh, and you've got a great name around here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Everybody knows you. Everybody knows your work. Everybody's been a client, I think, as well. So you got a lot of trust and a lot of transparency and goodwill built up here at the Roundtable. Tell us a little bit about streaming. Why streaming? Why now? I love Kevin Colma. He's fantastic. I'm glad you're partner with him again. And tell us, why did you pick this?
Well, it comes down to getting the message in front of consumers for the dealerships, right? And one of the biggest, I think, age groups right now that we're really influencing is millennials. Millennials are kind of in that 28 to 43, age group. They're one of the largest generations right now. They've got big, significant buying power. They're right in the middle of their peak earning time, right? And they really, want to, work with companies that are transparent, that are honest, and that give them convenience. And that's the thing that television has always done. Dating myself a little bit here. I got my start in the early 2000s when that's all we had was television and radio and newspaper and TV and radio were a big emotional way to get that message out to consumers. And as we've gone more digital, we've sort of lost that. And I think this is a great way to reach those consumers that that are looking for options, right? And so that's one of the things that we really are focusing on is the millennial buyer here with CTV, connected television.
I saw a big announcement maybe 5-6 weeks back that you have an exclusive partnership with Blockboard.
Yeah.
Owen, what does that mean, and how did it come about?
Well, that was through some trial and error of working with some different technology partners. In order to fulfill streaming advertising, you've got to use a DSP, or what they call a demand side platform. And there's a lot of different ones out there. But one of the things that we noticed just through some of our research is that fraud and waste is kind of a big problem in this space, right? The
Really?
Association of National Advertisers came out and said that it's about a $22 billion annual problem. And so, looking at that, you look at about 36 cents of every dollar that rolls through a DSP actually reaches that end consumer. And so there's some different ways that you can combat that. Anybody can, but it's expensive. You've got to actually, partner with companies that can help kind of recognize and eliminate that. The nice thing about Blockboard is that it's built into their DNA. It's what they are really, really passionate about, is to make sure that that when we do serve advertisements or impressions to a potential consumer, that we're actually reaching real humans. And I think that's really what excited us, because you can really use any DSP in theory to run ads. Obviously there's strategy involved, there's creative that's involved, but what you can't do is you can't eliminate fraud with every DSP. And so that's one thing that we really liked about the Blockboard team. We flew out there to New York City middle of November, met with them.
Yeah.
We obviously tested some campaigns with them. Just really wanted to make sure that they were as legit as they were claiming. They were using blockchain technology to help identify fraud and then eliminate it out of the campaign. So our dealerships that we're working with, the nice thing about it is that they can have the confidence that 100% of their campaign is actually reaching real humans. And I think that goes a long way to your point, right? To trust, honesty, transparency. Those are all the things that we're all about as professionals in the industry. And so it really aligned well with what we were trying to accomplish.
Oh, and you saw it early. You saw that dealership websites were not taking full advantage of that fixed op space. They were directed at sales. There were no service offers. There were no coupon. There was nothing,
Yes.
very little. Maybe about us with a few pictures of the staff, and really no other widgets, no other ways to make appointments. And you changed all that in the industry. It didn't happen overnight, but actually it seems like it was an overnight success, but you put a lot of time into making that work. So you've got great vision. How is streaming going to help dealerships with their service departments and with their fixed operations?
Yeah, we really kicked that door down, right? I mean, looking at websites and seeing no content or no information about the largest profit center in the dealership was just unbelievable to us. And so I think here's the biggest challenge that I saw in my 5 years of really, working with dealerships through Fixed Ops Digital and what we were trying to do is that nobody's reading that content, right? Unfortunately, we have very small attention spans as consumers. What it really did was it provided good, content to go on, Google and to be able to pick up by the search engines, but nobody was really reading that. So this is kind of where streaming kind of brings that all together. And really what I'm excited about with some of the dealers that we are doing some service campaigns with is it allows us to really bring that emotion side out, right? We can highlight their facilities. We can highlight their employees. We can really talk about that why service message that we're putting out on their website, but if consumers aren't consuming that, there's really no impact there, right? And so to be able to get in front of them with television, with radio, but doing it in kind of a new way through the streaming, idea, the streaming platforms really is kind of bringing that all together for us. So that's another reason why we thought streaming was a great fit for us, because with our background in fixed operations and service and online service marketing, it really kind of closes the gap. And we've had, nothing but positive things from our dealers that are working with us. And nice thing is you can still put in, some offers into the creative or into the ads, and really be transparent, which is something that dealerships obviously are really focusing more on these days as they combat not only their competitors but obviously independents and that type of thing.
So Owen, is this the next frontier?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you can already see it. Everybody is, so many people getting into this. Nice thing about Fixed Ops Digital when I started that company is nobody else was doing it, right? So we had kind of an empty sandbox. I literally jumped into a sandbox that more and more consumers or more and more companies are getting into. But I think that at the end of the day, the cream's going to rise to the top. The ones that are doing it correctly, the ones that are kind of taking on that fraud problem are going to win in the end. And that's all we're looking for is an opportunity. And obviously having a nice client base, from my Fixed Ops Digital days, that allowed me to reach out to some of those dealerships kind of first and test some things. And we're constantly evolving this, and we're only going to get better. And so I'd recommend anybody that's looking for a change and looking for something different, give me a shout. I mean, obviously I'm still just a call away, and excited to take on this next adventure. So
We knew that what you had at Fixed Ops Digital was working, because in a short time, it seems like everybody started to copy you, okay, or try to copy you. There were really no other. They weren't very good imitations, okay, but you've always been the leader. So the fact that you see this here in streaming for dealers to get in, some questions: is it hard? Is it costly? How do they go about doing it? And
well,
you tailor that to them.
No, it's not costly at all. I mean, obviously campaigns really depend on the audience size you want to reach and that type of thing. So we've got dealerships spending a couple $1,000s a month all the way up into that, $12,000 a month, just depending on the strategy and kind of who they're looking to target and that type of thing. Nice thing about streaming is that it's kind of the best of both worlds, right? It's taking the television approach, but you can also target like you can with Facebook, right? You can target your DMS, you can target your CRM, you can get additional audiences that you can't get when you're putting it out on linear television. I think the other thing though that kind of makes it a little bit tough is that dealerships can't just call a local television station and buy ads, right? You have to have a platform that you work with, and one thing that I've noticed just in the time that we've really dug into this and really put this out there is that you have to have a good partner. If you don't have the right partner, you can spend a lot of money, you can waste a lot of money and get zero results. And it all comes down to that strategy, right? I mean, OTT over that really what it's kind of commonly known as. It's kind of been known for cheap CPMs and lots of impressions and kind of filtering some display ads and stuff like that. I think streaming can become so much more, and that's really what we're focused on. We're focusing on premium channels, premium content. It's a little more money, but you're going to get better results. And I think that's the thing that really drives Dealer Stream and kind of where our mission is.
This is fascinating. So congratulations to you, Owen.
Yeah, thanks, Ted. I appreciate it. Well, I didn't want to leave my fixed operations brothers and sisters hanging. So, we thought, let's get into something where not only can we impact the sales side, but also impacting the service side. And again, millennials, it's a great opportunity. I think a stat I heard was they're the largest CTV or connected television viewership, and they're twice as likely to be influenced through connected television than they are through online search. And so dealerships are still heavily spending money on online search. Obviously that's, Google is sort of the monster. They always have been, but you've got to go where the consumers are
The audiences, yeah.
impacted. Yeah. And I think that's where streaming can really help the service side. Nice thing about it is that we have that experience, right? We can help you with your message. We can help you get that why service message out there in a way that's professional, transparent, and kind of ties in with your brand. We have $1 million facilities. We have $1 million in equipment. We've got all these professionals. And then some of these OTT companies are putting out creative that looks like it was done, in the basement by a 12-year-old kid. So, it's for us, it's about elevating the brand, elevating what we can do for dealerships. And, that's what DealerStream is here for. So
Everybody's watching streaming. Okay. The audience is moving and they're moving towards streaming. There's no question about that, right?
Yeah, I think the last stat I heard was 6 streaming platforms. Almost 6 streaming platforms is the average right now. So think about that landscape, and dealerships are so busy. How can they effectively do it on their own? So that's why Kevin and I decided this was something that we felt would be a good kind of next mission for us. So.
All right, Owen. So audience wants to reach out to you, learn more about what you're doing with DealerStream. What's the best way to get you?
Yeah, my phone number is still the same, 605-376-0195, or you can email me, owen@dealerstream.com, or even visit our website, dealerstream.com. And there's a place in there where you can reach out to us as well. But would love to have some conversations and see how we can help you guys increase your ROs and really drive service revenue into the rest of this year. So,
all right. Streaming, everybody, the next frontier. I'm looking forward to hearing more in the future, Owen, about all the success you're having and how you're applying this to fixed ops, because I know you're going to be very successful for our dealers doing that. So congratulations to you and to Kevin Colma as well.
Appreciate you.
Owen Moon, everybody, dealerstream.com, dealerstream.com. You can reach him, Owen@dealerstream.com, for more information. Our great friend, and great congratulations to Owen on embarking on a new journey. Owen Moon, everybody, with DealerStream here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Tune into our intergalactic interview with Better Car People live from the 2025 NADA show. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Vanessa Collins, joined by Katrina Ness, and we are here at NADA 2025 in the Better Car People booth. We are also joined by Courtney Douglas from Ford Direct and Aimi Gundersen from Better Car People. And if we want to start with just a quick intro of who you are and what you do for your companies.
Hi, I'm Courtney Douglas. I manage the shop powered by Ford Direct. It's our B2B e-commerce marketplace that's dedicated to Ford dealers, Lincoln retailers, and the groups that they are a part of.
Hi, I'm Aimi Gundersen. I'm with Better Car People, and I've been with Better Car People for about 5 years. I run our strategic partnerships, and I have the pleasure and opportunity to work with Ford Direct, and specifically Courtney, on a lot of the different projects that we do to help our dealerships.
Wow. So tell us why you two ladies are on this magnificent panel with us right now and what the partnership looks like between Better Car People and Ford Direct.
Well, Courtney and I have a little bit of history, which is awesome. I used to work at Ford Direct a while ago, so it was great being able to reconnect and build this relationship. And we are really thrilled to be on the shop. So our whole goal at Better Car People is to provide dealerships with solutions that are actionable, they're easy to use, but they show results. We are firm believers in AI. We have AI ingrained in all of our products, but we believe in collaborative intelligence. AI is going to break 50% of the time. We have live agents to help support. And specifically in service, we know service is hugely important right now, so that's our focus, is providing solid service solutions to the dealers.
Yeah, the shop was created a little over a year ago, and the whole purpose was to make dealers' lives easier. We know that they're always trying to improve their business. They're always looking for the next great thing that can help them sell and service more cars, but that can be a little arduous. And so that's why we created the shop. It's our, as I mentioned before, our B2B e-commerce marketplace. And really we try to identify valuable products and services and try to help dealers save time by curating those services and get them a really good deal and make sure that the vendors that they work with take good care of them. And with that in mind, Better Car People has been an excellent partnership in that regard because their services do really render great results. And they've gone above and beyond to help ensure that we're meeting our dealers' needs.
Awesome. And like you said, Courtney, your goal is to make dealers' lives easier. So my next question is, how does this partnership between the shop powered by Ford Direct and Better Car People, how does that ultimately benefit the dealership and specifically the service department within the dealership?
That's a great question. I think initially we know that dealers are always looking for something, and I've had a lot of people ask, what is a good service BDC, or what should we be doing? And dealers are constantly looking for those best practices and ways to improve. And so just the ability to say we have a resource, we have a partnership formed in that area with Better Car People, and then refer them to the shop.com where they can go and learn more. They can identify what the cost is. They can engage directly with the team. And then from there, as they continue to learn more about the product offering, if they wish to enroll, we handle part statement billing for them on their behalf. And then on an ongoing basis, Aimi and I are in constant communication about the outcomes that are being generated at the dealership. And so that's how we're helping, just really providing making it easy for them to engage with these types of services, but then also ensuring that their needs are being met.
And we're highly invested in our partnership. I think that's one of the things that I love about this is we do care how the dealerships are performing. We want to make those adjustments and changes. But one of the things I really love about the shop is there are so many really great options for the dealers, and anything that you need you can find on the shop. Now of course I'm biased and I think the Better Car People is the best option on the shop, but I do think that it's a great place for dealers to go and know and feel great about these choices and not have to worry.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about what the shop looks like. Is this easy for dealers to use?
Oh yeah, it's super easy. All a dealer would have to do is go to the shop.com. So really easy to remember. And from there, you can look at the different categories of products. You can click on those pages. You have to be a Ford dealer or Lincoln retailer in order to access the pricing functionality. And so there's logins required in order to unveil that. But once that is accomplished, then a dealer can then, with a simple click of a button, submit a request to Better Car People, for example, and then they're very responsive with the dealer, following up and helping to ensure that the dealer's needs are met.
A seamless process is very important.
Absolutely. And this panel is truly a testament to the power behind, business partnerships and relationships, not only for benefiting the companies, on their own, but also their customers, which are the dealerships. So that's amazing. And speaking of partnerships, Courtney and I were talking earlier, and she has a gift for Aimi, if you want to give it to her.
I do. Yes. So as I mentioned before, the shop is about a little over a year old, and Better Car People and Aimi and the team have been with us the whole entire way, and so we just wanted to recognize them as being a vendor of excellence with this little token of appreciation for being one of our first vendors in the shop and for being a really great partner.
I'm getting all teary. Thank you. This has been such an exciting endeavor, and I've learned so much from this as well. I am so proud to be a part of the shop, and thank you so much, Courtney.
Thank you, Aimi.
And you guys have such a beautiful history of friendship as well, and I love that now you have, that business professional relationship with a solid core true love behind it.
Yes.
That's amazing. And that is all what the automotive business is, from the dealers to the vendors to the OEM services that are provided. And that is amazing. And we are so happy to be here in the Better Car People booth at the 2025 NADA convention with these two beautiful ladies. Thank you guys so much for joining us this day.
Thank you.
Thank you
both.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
We are Better Car People. Every missed lead is a missed deal. We'll show you how to connect with modern customers.
We're calling the right customers with the right message at the right time. And it's funny, if you call them, they will respond.
Better Car People Sales BDC delivers reactive lead management, proactive campaigns, and long-term engagement.
Welcome back. My name is Brooke. What can I do for you today?
I want to bring my car in.
Sure, one moment.
It has electrical problems.
Let me get that appointment booked for you.
Brooke lets you focus on service lane customers.
Thanks for calling. Have a great day.
I was able to purchase a store in White Plains, and that store has gone from 200th place in the United States of America to now the 33rd place in the United States of America.
Better Car People can give you the tools, the resources, and the confidence to hit your team's performance goals. Supercharge your sales process with Better Car People's Sales BDC solutions. Connect with us today.
I was asked how the Big Stops Roundtable has impacted my life and my career. Well, I can tell you that without the Big Stops Roundtable, we'd still be considered the back of the house, the other side. But the biggest impact that the Roundtable's had on me has been able to make new contacts, new friends, people that really, really have helped me improve and develop in my management career. And with all the new things that they bring out, the new systems, and we use several of them, and I would have never known about them if it wasn't for the Big Stops Roundtable.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. We are at Niello Porsche in Sacramento, California. And today, Ted, we have the honor of presenting all of these people with us today an incredible award.
Today, Sarah, we are presenting the first Shon Butler Best Practice Awards. It's a promise that we made to Shon and his family late last year as he suffered through his cancer. And all the folks up here were instrumental in a lot of different ways. Shon Kingrey, you were a big part of that as well.
Well, thank you, Ted. For those that didn't know Shon, guys, he was an inspiration to us all. I went through my own health scare, and let me tell you, everybody, he was more focused on me than he was on himself, even though he knew the outcome of it. And I can't underestimate what that was worth.
You and I made a promise to Shon that we would get everyone together at some point in the future to help celebrate his life. And so we thought that there's no better way that with the latest Shon Butler Best Practice Awards that we bring the latest recipients all together here with Tully at the Niello Group. And we're very honored to have everybody here. And Shon, thank you so much for all that you do for the Shon Butler.
Thank you. And thank you. And this award is to Robin and his whole entire family. It will not be forgotten.
Everybody. Special thanks to the Shon Butler family on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Turn up the satellite radio. Up next, we've got an interview with Scott Ross and Teddings.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. The gentleman I'm with on screen, Scott Ross, I met some years ago during a training initiative with one of the platforms at Group 1 at the time, and they said that the big vice president of service and parts and collision was going to come in and take a look at the training, and I had a chance to meet Scott for the first time firsthand. He has been a wealth of knowledge in the industry. It's a great honor to welcome him. Scott Ross, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Ted, thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity to visit with you today.
Scott, there's not too many people who have your wealth of knowledge and insight into the industry, in particular on the retail side. If you want to talk to us a little bit about that. By the way, great to see you. You look fantastic. And I know you're there in Texas. And tell us a little bit about you.
Well, I started in this crazy business 47 years ago. What at the time was the largest volume Chevrolet dealership in the United States in Chicago. Spent about 3 years with that organization, finished my degree, and unfortunately, Carter economics was such that the interest rates were 16% and 22% for floor plan, and the dealer couldn't bring me back into the fold when I was graduating. So I went to work for Pontiac Motor Division for 6 years. 2 as a district service manager, and 4 years as a district sales manager with the company. From there, I transitioned back to retail. I spent 2 years selling cars, and then about a year with Pat Ryan and Associates as an F&I specialist. So those were interesting years for me, formative years. And then where my life changed, I took a position with Southeast Toyota Distributors. And for 11 great years, I had the opportunity to work for the Jim Moran organization, learned of his philosophies and principles, and was the compelling and driving force to my success going to the next level. Had one of my dealers approach me with, would you come with me with California? And I looked at him like he had 2 heads on his shoulders. But 90 days later, I was the director of fixed operations for a company out on the West Coast. We had 33 dealerships at the time, and it was a pre-IPO, but the IPO unfortunately didn't work because some of the publics were really in trouble. This was back in '99. So we became part of Sonic Automotive. I spent a year out there on the West Coast as their West Coast divisional director, and then came here to Houston in 2000 with Group 1 Automotive. Spent 6 years with those folks. Transitioned away from them and took a little time off and became a divisional vice president for a small company by the name of Pep Boys. And at one point in time, ran 254 of their locations. I had about 8,000 employees that I was responsible for, 33 direct reports as far as area directors and area vice presidents. And after almost 5.5, almost 6 years with that company, I hit burnout. Traveling 42 to 45 weeks out of the year away from the house, and took some time away, stepped away, took some time away, and then came back to running single point stores here in the greater Houston area. Had a good run with it. It's been very challenging, great opportunities, great people, and all those things that I've learned over the years was able to put into practice and be very successful for the store operations that I was involved with. So that's kind of it in a nutshell.
Scott, there's a lot there, a lot. And I want to tap into some of that knowledge if it's okay here today on on our talk.
Absolutely.
You know, fixed operations has not always been the sexiest part of the car dealership, but it would seem to me in the last several years, there's a new awareness, okay, as to the importance of fixed ops. And I don't know if you want to speak to that, but it's really become recognized as the engine of the dealership.
Yes, and for so many years they've referred to fixed operations as the back end of the dealership, and today it's really the backbone of the dealership. And you look at stores, the truly successful ones where they're running 80 to 100% or more fixed absorption, as measured by, there's all sorts of different measurements in that realm. But at the end of the day, the service parts, and if you're fortunate enough to have a body shop operations make a huge contribution to the overall picture of the business model. It's critical to have your fixed operations supported, doing the things that they need to do, and driving a relationship with your customers. One of the things that I said many, many years ago, the front end of the store sells the first car, but also the front end of the store sells every new car. With the exception of Tesla, every retail car dealer out there sells the very first new car. And I've said it for a long time. What are we doing to retain those customers? And, customer retention isn't just a buzzword, it's a way of life. Some manufacturers do a better job than others with prepaid and free maintenance and so forth to attract those customers back. I know that there's been manufacturers that have gone down the road of remote service facilities, whether it's, drive to the business, drive to the house, or secondary service facilities in their market where the manufacturer may allow it in the state laws with franchises. But anything and everything you can do to bolster and foster that relationship from the day that they take delivery of the car until they come to buy the next automobile is in the best interest of that person who's got the big investment in that facility.
Our industry was poised for disruption, and it's happening now on the fixed side. Going back to some of the things that you mentioned, the remote services, things like mobile service, customer expectations, right? Continue to drive the whole thing. I think, we saw in that period of time just a few years ago, when the world changed, we saw a lot of activity compressed into maybe those 6 to 12 months that it may have taken 5 to 10 years to happen on their own. But what do you see in terms of our business model adapting to the shifts with customer expectations, convenience, doing things on the customer's term, and overall making it easier for the customer?
That's a great question, Ted. I had a very, very progressive service manager back in the late 90s in the Atlanta, Georgia market where you and I met. Her name was Sharon Rodriguez, and she wanted to go out with a mobile service application back then just to handle light recalls, easy to perform recalls. And she was very successful with it, very progressive thinking young lady back then. And I believe that well structured and put into play that there is a future element there that dealers have the opportunity to exploit, that they have the opportunity to capture and drive that behavior and drive that business opportunity for them. I know there's a lot of people out there a lot smarter than I am that have looked at the financial dynamics of it. And I'm sure that many of them have figured out, hey, this plan works. Some of them figured out this plan isn't for me. But at the end, if there's that additional way to bring that customer's revenue to you, their cash is still green, their money is still green, or whether the manufacturer's paying for it, that's an opportunity I think that we can capitalize on as we move forward.
Scott, how about technology? We see so much happening now on the parts and service side. The talk at this last year's NADA was AI. Everything was AI. And, that was certainly the buzz phrase. But we're seeing things now like I was in a dealership a few weeks ago where the parts are now the rear counter is now a person in the service department who's going around to the techs, and we see things like robots bringing the parts out to the technicians.
I think we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg on particularly AI. Where is it going to evolve to? Boy, I tell you what, I think that's anybody's guess long term. But to your point, as far as the robotic delivery, the tablet usage on the service drive, the multi-point inspection, but not just the electronic multi-point inspection, but the video inspection along with the electronically conveyed inspection format. If a manager's not embracing those pieces of our business, they really got to look at themselves and say, am I going to keep up with this, or am I going to get run over? If somebody at my age, and let's face it, I'm no spring chicken, as you can tell, if somebody at my age can embrace something like the iService video inspection format with dealer side by side with Dealer Logics, I put that program in place in late 2020, as we were, 2020 was a tough year for everybody in this industry. I think everybody on watching this would agree. And I was very fortunate that the manufacturer I was with had a very lucrative recall, and it really sustained us through 2020. But as we were getting close to the end of the 2020 calendar year, I had to take a hard look at, okay, how am I going to eclipse 2020's numbers with 2021? And I started looking at, okay, our manufacturer was requiring us to send videos for this and videos for that, and the bandwidth on it was just astronomical. So I didn't see that as a feasible avenue. And I looked at some of the programs that are out there, and I stumbled upon a product called iService, and I'm going to give them a little bit of a plug for a second here. And the reason why I bring it up is a dealer group that I called on back in 1984 in upstate New York was a early adopter of their product. Contacted a service director up there. It was the Mangino organization. Ralph Mangino was my dealer principal back in the days, long since passed. And I called the service director and says, is this really as good as you say it is? Because your testimonials online are pretty stout. And we spent an hour and a half talking about it. Well, I decided to implement it. And I'm going to share this with everybody on this communication, that if you're struggling with getting a program like this implemented in your store, take my advice on this. I had a shop meeting with all my service technicians. I said, okay, guys, we all been working together for a period of time. We're going to have a tough year next year if we don't make some changes. I said, how many of you in your heart of hearts, raise your hands, know that you've done a world-class multi-point inspection and it never got presented to the customer? And everybody standing around me raised their hand. I said, this is the first product that I've seen in 40 some odd years that I can promise you this. When you hit the send button, there's nobody that can stop that information being delivered to the customer, period. Within 6 months, they called the devices the money machines because our customer pay, labor, and parts business increased over 21% and never went backwards from those levels since, all right, that we were doing business on. But we started selling product that on a good day, we were lucky if we sold one item. I'll give you an example, lower control arms. Bushings are worn out. If we sold a set of lower control arms a month, we would be celebrating. Today we stock them because of the demand. So objectively, as a manager, as a dealer, as you look at the emerging technologies that are, how does it fold into what you're doing already? How does it better what your operations are? Because let's face it, in our industry, we're all looking for that magic sword to slay the next dragon with. We're looking for that next magic answer that's going to be the be all end all to fix what's ailing our store. Look at it objectively and see how it's going to fit within your organization, and then implement it. But get everybody to buy in. So I share that with you for anybody who's struggling with it. Might be an approach that'll work for you.
Scott, what do you see in terms of workforce development, in particular technicians? We're seeing things and hearing things like dealership culture, community, career path for the tech, okay? Where the dealers are now invested in making sure they're growing their own technicians. Speak to us about that, because we've heard about the shortage of techs for many, many recent years, but dealers seem to have awakened to the fact that they've got to grow their own.
They do, and I'm very fortunate. One, I'm close to one of the leading technical training schools here, and have built a great rapport with them. The secret to that sauce is you got to be at their career fairs consistently, quarter by quarter by quarter, as they have them, to get your face and your company's name in front of them. But I've also had good success hiring people right off the streets. I had a customer come into me 3 years ago, customer now, saying, "Hey, how do I get a job here?" Young man, not sure what he wanted to do with life and so forth. I said, "Well, I'm looking for a valet position right now to fill. Let's get you squared away with that." Smart young man, happened to be from South America, great work ethic, showed up to work every day, good, just a great associate. And he, about 3 weeks in, he says, "How do I get to the shop?" I said, "It's real simple. Find your replacement." So we did. Friend of his came in as a replacement, took him into the shop. I said, "I want you to go to this leading technical trade school," happened to be UTI. I said, "I want to see you get involved there." Long story short, we put him into Express. We groomed him in Express, put him into an apprentice role, and today he's a very productive flat rate technician. Ted, I'm going to share with you right now, the 19 technicians I've got, only 4 were there when I first started.
Wow.
All the rest of them I either hired or grew myself, and about 60% of those that are there are ones that I grew myself, from what I just described with that young man to master technicians today. You got to have a path, you got to have a plan, and the employee needs to understand what the plan is. There is an opportunity in my role with these folks to talk with them about their hours that they produce for every ASE certification, because the manufacturer I'm with views the ASE in a very positive way. For every ASE that they pass, take and pass, there is a financial bump associated with it. And in doing so, these guys, and we have kind of a funny culture there, but it's fat stack fever. We all want everybody to be successful. Ted Nugent, cat scratch fever. Ours is fat stack fever. We want everybody to make a good living, celebrate the wins. Let's work through the challenges. And it's a shop of cooperation.
I love it. It's amazing how many of us in the industry, Scott, started off as valets or salespeople and worked our way up through the industry. And I think it's the best kept secret in the country. Okay, the car business, the retail car business.
It is. It really is. Yes, sir.
Scott? What about supply chain? What are some of the things we need to be aware of right now? There's been a lot of talk, a lot of concern about being able to possible tariffs, whether they're going to stay or stick. What should we be concerned about in fixed operations at the dealer level?
Well, I think for all of us on this program, I think we all have probably come to the consensus that the parts will be available. They're just going to be at a higher price. Mm-hmm. The manufacturing plants around the world ramped up their business model, got their employees back to work. Supply chain isn't perfect by any stretch for some manufacturers that are out there. I hear horror stories still with some of the companies. The company I'm affiliated with has a few supply chain issues, but not what we experienced back in 2020. Are the parts going to be more expensive? Yes. Are the customers, I hate to use the word consumers because they're customers. Are the customers not going to be happy? Probably so. But we've got to make sure that we're selling a value as to the service work that's being performed, that the customer understands. We want your vehicle to be reliable. We want your vehicle nobody wants an unplanned breakdown in the middle of the highway, in the middle of rush hour traffic. I know you live there in New York City, down here in Houston, Texas. It's no fun if your vehicle breaks down in the middle of the highway or on the side of the road. it's dangerous. B, it's dangerous. C, it's dangerous. So let the customer know whether or not they choose to do business with you. Make sure you have those avenues for them to be able to finance those services accordingly if they need to. But I think at this point we're going to run into some potholes for the next few months as the provider world figures out what's going on. If you're a North American provider, probably in pretty good shape, but not everybody is. And I think the independents are going to have even more of a challenge than maybe the domestics. Again, having worked with Pep Boys for a number of years, a large quantity of their parts came from China, Southeast Asia, and so forth. And that's the targeted impetus as far as the Trump administration's tariff focus is concerned.
I see that. What about the online shift that our whole industry has made in the last 2 or so decades? But now it's come to fixed ops, customers booking their appointments. I booked my service appointment not during the day, but at 10 o'clock at night. I do it online. They're checking for recalls, okay, letting me know ahead of time. Also providing financing if needed for the repairs. What are your thoughts about the online world now and how it's gravitated over to fixed?
Well, recently in the last year, I engaged with a company out of Florida. Name escapes me at the moment, as far as bringing my website from a service and parts perspective into the 21st century. Prior to that, we looked like a billboard on the side of the road from the 60s. You look at the focus around vehicles, vehicle purchasing, what the industry has done on the new car side. Well, you have to objectively take a look at the service and parts side of things to see where you can bring your standards up to the same as to what's going on with new vehicle and used vehicle retailing is concerned. Your comments about having the online application for a credit advance in advance. I happen to use a product called Sunbit Finance. I'm sure a lot of your viewers on here use that product. Very simple, great product, and the customer can come in pre-approved. So objectively, I look at it as, what can I do to provide an avenue where the customer always has the opportunity to say yes rather than no. No, I can't afford it. Well, let me share with you a finance opportunity and go into the explanation. I want to bring it in at a certain time. Set that appointment. Confirm the appointment. Make sure the customer, just like a dentist office, just like a doctor's office, it's called calendar utilization. They're the masters at it. I learned that from a guy by the name of Terry Carlisle back in the late 80s, early 90s. Okay, I'm sure you're familiar with who Terry Carlisle is. We were talking about calendar utilization back then at SET. And today, what are your systems and processes to improve your calendar utilization to the point where you're maximizing the labor hours that your technicians produce any given day? Every technician has a labor gross value. There's a whole formula behind that. But if your technicians are leaving an hour or 2 hours of productive time on their table, I can't replace it. It's gone. I can just start the clock over tomorrow. So it's all about driving more behavior, giving that customer reason to come do business with you, and presetting that appointment when they take delivery of the car from the very beginning. And again, I know that your audience is, I'm sure, way ahead of most out there that are taking the time to watch these videos because they want to get better at their industry.
Last question for today, Scott. You've overseen so many dealers and dealer groups nationwide, all different parts of the country. You've seen just about everything and more out there. What are you excited about in our industry? Here we are in still the first part of May, but looking forward into the balance of 2025, what we see ahead. What are you most excited about in our industry?
I think the electronics piece to what we're looking at, whether it's the AI component, whether it's the video inspection component, are the next level as far as our business is concerned. At the end of the day, as I've watched this industry transition from an ADP hard drive at long Chevrolet the size of a 33 LP to where we're at today with tablet technology, to what AI technology will bring to us. This couldn't be a more exciting time to be part of this industry. But there's also the basic blocking and tackling. There's the understanding of your financial dynamics, how much gross you need to produce out of your store. How do you maximize your investments in your employees? If I learned any one thing when I was out in California with First America Automotive is how do you maximize your investment with your employee? Because the biggest driver out there was employee parking. How do I get more with the employee count that I've got? Because I don't have that much parking that I can hire another one with other than our productive people. So, electronics, it's about time that our industry really got to that next level. And the dealer body out there is going to push, shove, drag, kick, scream, whatever into this 21st century. And we'll see where it goes. It'll be an interesting ride.
Scott Ross, everybody, one of the great retail fixed operations leaders in our industry. Scott, I know you're also a mentor to so many throughout the country.
Thank you.
If our audience, and I think you hit it right on the head, our audience are the early adopters, people who want to get ahead, do things, see opportunities early. If they want to reach out to you for any questions or any advice that you may have for them at their dealerships, I see an email scrolling across the screen and a phone number. Is it okay if they do that?
Absolutely. That's my personal email address, Ted, my personal cell phone number. If I can't take your call when you place the call, please either send me a text or leave me a voicemail or send me an email. I'm happy to help out. I was very, very fortunate. I had a life-changing event about 6 years ago, and I had the opportunity to spend some time talking with our maker. And I promised him one thing if I survive that, and that is I'm going to make a difference in the younger people moving forward. My health is great. Let me just say that right now. I've got the heart of a 35-year-old today. Not that I had a transplant, but had an opportunity to change my ways and my lifestyle. And my doctor tells me I'm his poster child for complete recovery.
All right. Well, congratulations to you, and
thank you.
Continued good health and great wishes, and congratulations on all the success that you're having in the industry. And everybody in the audience, if you want to reach out to Scott Ross, you see his contact information below on the screen. He's in Houston, Texas, one of the great leaders in retail fixed operations. Everybody, Scott Ross here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
All right, I'm here at Team Toyota of Princeton to check out this AI-powered machine that can scan an entire car in just a few seconds and tell you everything that's wrong with it. Like, what if it tells me that this car that I'm interested in is being held together by hopes and dreams? You know what? Tag a friend whose car would definitely fail this test. So the name of this machine right here is UVI, and it scans for scratches and dents. It checks if the tires need alignment or replacement, and it can do a full underbody inspection all in just seconds. It's honestly like an MRI for your car. So I put this Camry through it to test it out, and it scanned every inch of it like the Terminator or the FBI looking for hidden evidence. All right, so let's check out the report. The tires on this Camry look pretty good. The underbody has significant frame damage. Wait, what? Who took this Camry off-roading? And then it seems like there's some minor scratches here and there on the outside. But the crazy part is it did all that in less than 30 seconds. Dealers, imagine running a used car through this and finding out that it was used as a stunt double in Fast and Furious. Yeah, as a dealer, you can save hundreds in unexpected reconditioning costs using the UVI system. This honestly provides peace of mind and transparency for both the dealership and its customers. Absolute game changer. From now on, I'm only buying from a dealership that has UVI.
We're entering the final frontier. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable All Systems Go event.
Hear from Mission Control themselves with the advisory board panel from our Niello pop-up event.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. We are at the Niello Porsche Sacramento store with the Niello company in beautiful Sacramento, California. And Ted, this is such an incredible panel. We have our advisory board with us today.
Sarah, you're so right. We have the Fixed Ops Roundtable Retail Advisory Board. I'd like everyone to introduce themselves, starting with Euwart, and go right down the line. Tell us who you are and what you be.
Sure. Thanks, Seth. My name is Euwart Anderson. I'm with Velo, the executive vice president there over our dealership division. We got Text to Drive, Dealer Logics, Rapid Recon, Service Safety Advisor, and Velocity Automotive.
I'm Shannon Sucato. I am a vice president with Customer Success Services for Reynolds & Reynolds.
Thanks, Ted. Me, Skyler, Chadwick, Director of Product Consulting at Cox Automotive. I'm super excited to be here to talk about everything fixed ops.
I'm David Reinicke from Automotive Warranty Network.
And I'm Kim Saylor, Senior Director of Product Marketing at CDK Global for all things fixed operations.
Kim, I'd like to start with you. These events have been incredible to go across the country and showcase these amazing dealerships. And just from your perspective, then we'll go down the line. Why are events like this important for automotive partners to participate?
For me, it's really about the network and really, I'll say taking my blinders off. I think back to my very first NADA convention quite some time ago. And I remember walking around for the first time and really just seeing everything that was out there for a dealership. It blew my mind. And that's really what I see at events like this. It's just the knowledge, on this panel and, that we've heard from today already. It's just amazing.
And for me, follow up with what Kim said, everybody has their specific area that they focus on. So I think it's really cool for us to share our specialties with dealers, with other vendors. And, a lot of stuff comes out of that between vendors as well. So we share a lot of ideas and we share connections. So yeah, to me, it's about bringing the voice of the industry to the customers. And that's why we're here today. As I represent the dealership groups back to our product teams, it's about taking everybody's knowledge and bringing it back to those people who in product that sometimes don't get out to talk too much about the customer. And so being able to represent the voice of the customer to product, it's super important to be at these events because guess why? We all learn from each other, right? We may think we hate each other. We don't meet each other, but we actually learn from each other. We take good ideas from each other and we help expand upon those to help the dealers across the country become more successful.
Yeah, I think, what they've already said really, I can echo those sentiments. It's about learning for me. Some of these panels have been so interesting because it's kind of opened my mind into learning about some new things and some new processes and ideas, certainly. And, sharing information is important as well. And making the connections, like you guys have mentioned, are really sort of the three tenets that excite me about being able to participate.
Yeah, and I'd round it out by saying that these events, I think, are really key for us because it takes the focus, frankly, off the partner and vendor, and it puts the focus back where it should be on the consumer and the dealer, right? And I think between us all, we're all serving thousands of dealers and thousands more of consumers. And if we put our heads together and really partner, everyone wins, right? So it's really not about competition so much as it is about partnership.
Well, a little background for all of you. You're all the best of the best with some of the very best brands in automotive for retail. But the reason we created the advisory board is because Sarah and I realized some time ago that the dealership fixed operations director who's in dealership may have a choice for a certain product or technology that's served by 2, 3, or more different partners or vendors. And they may not know who is good, who's brand new, who's proven, who's yet to prove it. So they really have no way to vet that and find out other than from their peers. So what we thought we would do is bring together the best. And then whenever we have a question, which I think I called everybody here at one time or another, and said, what do you think about so-and-so? We want to make sure that everything on the roundtable is vetted, all right? And that when people watch the Fixed Ops Roundtable, they can have confidence in knowing that the product that they're hearing about or talking about, is actually in use and works and has a really good background. So that's kind of why we did this. And we wanted you to be our help with that. So, Euwart, if I can come to you, what advice would you have to those people watching today about getting involved and learning more about fixed ops? Because it seems it's gaining more traction as time goes on. What advice would you give to viewers?
Yeah, I think number one, it'd be to prioritize fixed ops differently than they have in the past. Fixed ops at the end of the day, like, is what drives a ton of profitability and definitely the most retention as it relates to the consumer base to a dealership. And sales is sexy and it's loud and it's exciting, but at the end of the day, fixed ops is consistent and has a huge profitability opportunity for every consumer and every dealer involved. So I'd say the prioritization of that is number one. And then finally, I'd probably round that out by saying that, challenging themselves on how they do business every day from a visibility perspective. Like face reality. If your turn on vehicles is not what it should be from a reconditioning perspective, challenge it. If your customer experience is not great, challenge it. Like, face it. Right. So those 2 steps would be great.
Excellent. Shon.
Yeah, I would say, I think your original question was, what would I encourage people to become involved? And certainly I would. There's no downside. Learning about different processes and procedures, but kind of to piggyback, understanding and utilizing what you have, really making use of your resources, and making sure that the software that you do have, that you're utilizing that to the best of its ability to get you the gains that you want to and need to see, making sure that you're making the most of what you've got, for sure.
And to your point earlier, it's amazing to sit here and listen and watch and hear the people who speak and be able to take notes ourselves. Okay, you know what? That was a good idea, or that's a new way to look at it. I think we're students as much as everybody else in those. Scott.
Yeah, you know what? We've got to let go of our egos sometime, and we really got to set ourselves back and just open our horizons sometimes to fix ops. And sales is sexy. Yeah, it is, right? But reality is that really what keeps the customer coming back for the next vehicle to buy or purchase, it's a service department. And so fixed ops plays such a pivotal role in what you're doing on your day-to-day work, right? And be open, right, to learning and to developing yourself in fixed ops. So those dealerships that are more focused on sales, focus on fixed ops, because guess what? We're projecting that new car sales are going to be up this year from Cox Automotive. And what does that mean? That means more service customers and more reconditioning capabilities that you need to build your strategies around that. So you need to be educated to be able to handle the actual type of business that's going to be hitting the dealerships today. Sure.
And I would say trying new things, new processes, new ideas. The way we did it, 10 years ago, or I've been doing it for 20 years this way, isn't always the best way. I mean, there's new products out, there's new services out. So just be open to trying new things and new services and that kind of thing. So.
Yeah. And I would, I agree with everything. Dive right in. Fixed ops, when the economy goes down, fixed ops is still what's keeping the dealerships alive and keeping them moving. So the more you learn about fixed ops while things are good, that just is going to help you when something, and the economy is bad, sales are flat. It allows your dealership to just thrive.
That's true. Well, I want to thank everybody here for being a Fixed Ops Roundtable partner and for being on our advisory board and helping us to advance fixed ops. And hopefully,
the fixed ops landscape is changing, and lucky for you, the Fixed Ops Roundtable is always moving forward. Savvy marketing is no longer for the front of the house. I'm Sarah Vantine, and it's time to get creative and take a seat at the roundtable. Discover new, innovative ways to market your dealership by becoming a Fixed Ops Roundtable certified partner. Start your modern age of marketing at fixedopsroundtablecertified.com.
Our next speaker is the charming Lori Halter from Charisma Communications.
welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We're in for a special treat. Our great friend Laurie Halter is with us. Laurie Halter at Charisma Communications. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here.
Laurie, I am seeing you everywhere, and it was not just a few years ago. It wasn't quite the same as it is now, but you are all over retail and fixed operations in particular. Congratulations to you.
Oh, thank you so much. And as we were saying before the show started, I credit my team. I'm smart enough to have smarter people around me. So it's not just me. I'm really proud to have a good team behind me.
You have a great team. And I know when we went out to the NADA earlier in the year, it was amazing to work with them because they helped us with a lot of interviews that our team did out there. So
yeah,
thank you for that. And you've really helped shine a light on fixed ops.
Oh, well, thank you. I mean, just a few short years ago, we almost didn't have any fixed ops clients. And when I found how important fixed ops is in the dealership and how important it is to profit building, the ball just started rolling. I mean, there's a lot of companies helping dealerships with their fixed ops issues right now and challenges. It's really exciting. And now, honestly, it's probably our biggest piece of our business is fixed ops vendors.
Well, that's what I want to ask you about today, because a lot of times a fixed ops director or service manager or parts director in a dealership has a choice of different companies who they could work with, and they may not have the insight that, let's say, you have, having been through this landscape and knowing what's out there. So I want to ask you some of the things that you're saying, if you don't mind. And,
definitely. Let's do it.
Get your perspective. All right, so let's start with a couple categories.
Okay.
The first one is recalls. They've come on real strong in the last few years. We've seen things like mobile service that allow the dealer to come to the customer, perform that recall service. A lot of stuff can be done outside the dealership. What are you seeing in the technology on recalls, and are there any big players in that technology?
Yeah, I mean, recalls are becoming such a big deal. And I think dealers are coming around to the realization. I think it used to be seen as sort of a problem area. They're like, oh, we don't want to do these recalls. But what they're starting to find is it's really a great way to bring people in for service. And then what you find is additional services when you do recall. And so you're hitting it on the retention and on the profit side. And I think a lot of dealers are coming around to that realization. Two really big players in the space is Recall Masters and BusyCar. They're both just crushing it. I mean, they're doing such a good job of showing dealerships that if you do bring in these recalls, again, like I said before, yes, you do the service and you're repaid by the manufacturer, but they're finding that they may need new brakes, they may need new tires. This is a great opportunity to continue to build that relationship with your customers that you need for those high retention scores. So recalls is honestly probably the biggest surprise hit of the year. Who knew recalls were going to be such a big topic? But they really are becoming a big deal in the fixed op space.
And recalls, Laurie, I don't know if you agree, but they were poised for disruption, if I may use that term, because some of the companies that you mentioned have really disrupted that industry. It used to be that a letter would go out to the customer or a postcard, and the customer would have to go into the dealership and bring this white letter, and then the dealership doesn't have the parts in stock. But some of the names that you mentioned have changed all that using things like AI and have really disrupted that and made it now a great tool for dealers.
No, truly, that's so true. Now anymore, they can go out, the text goes out automatically. It tells the customer they have a recall. The recall can go from the text to go straight into the scheduling system to make the appointment. I mean, by this point, the dealers don't even have to do it. There's no hands-on work. And then suddenly they're coming in to it can check, some of them can even check the parts department to make sure all of the parts are in that are needed. So AI has really done a lot to kind of streamline the process. And suddenly you've got people coming into your service bay that you didn't have to do anything to bring in. It's all been handled behind the scenes.
Okay, so Recall Masters 1 and BusyCar as 2. Two great companies.
Those are two that are really, I'm hearing, they're really making kind of big waves in the industry right now, I would say.
All right. Now, what about overall technology and fixed ops? You have the big players, the DMS companies, the CDKs, the Reynolds, the Cox Automotives. But are there any companies that are doing a great job with technology that helping the dealer outside of the DMS who specialize in that type of thing?
Yeah, I love this. One of the biggest issues I think in fixed ops and honestly across automotive in general is everyone's operating in silos. All of our different systems are operating in silos. Our people, our process, everything's siloed. So one of the companies I've seen that's doing a great job is oh my gosh, I'm gonna forget the name. My Karma. I'm so sorry. My Karma is doing a great job. They're streamlining the entire process from beginning to end. So like they take it all the way from sending a text out, maybe saying, your vehicle's due for service. Again, they go into the scheduler to schedule that, and they're taking them all the way through to payment and the processing of that payment, and then text that's sent out afterwards saying, thank you so much for coming in. What did you think of our service for CSI? So I think what we're seeing across the board, not just from My Karma, but I think these companies are realizing that they have to streamline this process. It's all about convenience for the customer. And I think we're finally in the space beginning to see some of the breakdown of those silos, and forward-thinking companies, forward-thinking vendors in this space are trying to figure out ways to streamline that process all the way through for the customer.
Yep, it's come to fixed ops, and My Karma is a great platform. I know we had a chance to meet Ouge earlier this year.
Yes, and Ouge is a character, isn't he? I love Ouge.
He's great.
A character. Yeah,
he's fantastic. And I think we have a mutual friend in Matt Bateman. Matt is also on our mobile service panel and has shown us what My Karma is doing now with remote services with people like Ed Roberts and Jim Sabino to go to the customer, bring the service to the customer. And like you said, now for payments, customers don't have to go to the cashier window and wait online, because most of them pay for a service with a debit or credit card. It's a fact. Okay. Now they can do that remotely using things like My Karma.
Yeah. And again, kind of goes back to our talk on AI. You're really seeing these companies figuring out a way to streamline the entire process so it's convenient for the customer and the dealer. It's quite hands-off for most of the dealerships that they're working with. So it's kind of a win-win.
And the dealers like these things. They like this technology. And
I think so. It's taken a little while, I think, to come around. I think any change is difficult, especially in automotive, but there's some early adopters. They really showed how it can work and the success it can bring. And I think it seems to be going mainstream here in terms of breaking down, like I said, the silos and streamlining the process from beginning to end.
Lori, what about reconditioning? Because we realize that a lot of that starts now when the vehicle is appraised or evaluated during the sales process. And I see tools out there like Randy Kobat's Blue Driver that's being used throughout the industry. What are you seeing in terms of reconditioning? Because that's now a big part of fixed ops also.
Oh, huge. I mean, and some of the issues that have been challenging for reconditioning in the past is getting it through quickly. I mean, the more quickly you can recondition the vehicles and get them on the lot, the quicker you can make the profit from them, right? So that turn in reconditioning is really important metric. So let's take Randy Kobat, for instance, of Repair on Demand. They just yesterday, introduced priority inspections, which are live virtual inspections that can be done from anywhere. So that's a great progressive example of a company who said, okay, if we don't have enough inspectors, how do we solve that? And it's these live virtual inspections that can be done. And it can then be taken. So that is what is wrong with the vehicle. They then back it up with a 15,000 person strong repair network. So then you say, here's what the vehicle needs. If you don't have the proper repair people to turn it quickly, you can now turn to this repair network. So again, I think it's just these companies finding new and interesting ways to make it more convenient and faster than ever to get vehicles on the lot. And reconditioning is just continuing in this trend.
Now, how are companies like Repair on Demand getting the word out? Is that where you come in at Charisma Communications?
Of course, right? They're using PR. They're using the best PR firm in the biz. No, they're doing that. But also I think, Randy, I have so much respect for Randy and the team over there. Randy is so well known. He came from Viato. That team is so well respected in the industry that I think they're just kind of a really trusted brand. They've introduced partnerships with Viato. They're now integrated into Cox. I mean, they're just making big moves across the entire space.
So these companies you're mentioning, these are trusted brands. Busy Car, Recall Masters, My Karma, Repair on Demand. So these trusted brands come to you, and if you don't mind, kind of walk us through it. Do you help develop their message? Have they already got the message? Because I know you're helping them get that out to the right people.
Honestly, it really depends on where they are in the launch cycle. We work with companies everywhere from launch. In fact, we just launched one the other day, Pinnacle Remarketing. But we go from launch all the way through to some companies already have the brand, they already have the messaging. And so they're just looking for us to help them get the word out. And so we do everything from helping them with press releases, pitching to the editors, getting the articles, getting them speaking engagements. Really, I say our ROI is what we want every single client to hear is, I can't turn around without hearing about you. That is the ultimate goal, is that every client is hearing back from dealers they go into, I can't turn the corner without hearing about your company.
That's where you come in, Lori Holder. Okay.
That's right. Hopefully, right? With any luck.
Let's talk about another trusted name in the industry, bigger than a trusted brand, John Traver at Traver Connect.
Yes.
Been a part of our industry for a long time with that BDC, and now firmly involved in service.
John is, I have to say, I don't pick favorites, but John is one of my favorites. He's so well known. He's so gracious and generous with his time and his resources. And their tagline is experience matters. And I think it really counts with them. Now they're talking about the experience for the customer, but I think we can also talk about John Traver and Bob Gower, right? Their experience is just without question. And so they're doing some really innovative things too. I mean, well, let's go back to basics. First of all, the BDC we need to go back to BDC. John Traver and Bob just launched a new training program that goes over training for BDC. And they were telling me just the other day on a call that they had someone say, I didn't think I'd get too much out of this, but I forgot how much of the basics I've lost.
Mm-hmm.
What happens is you get people who have worked in this industry for so long that they forget some of the really core training principles that go into selling a vehicle and servicing a vehicle.
Yes. So nobody does it better than team at Traver Connect.
I'm telling you, one of my favorite quotes from John is, we're not selling a product, we're selling a solution. And we're not selling a product, we're solving. I'm getting this very wrong. I'm so sorry, John Traver. We are not selling a product, we're creating a solution. And I think that's so true. I think that's really at the heart of it. John and Bob and the entire team over at Traver, they're trying to figure out solutions to today's problems in dealerships.
Now, you're very involved with companies like these in helping craft that. And you're right. A lot of times, there are some companies who've got that messaging down, some not yet, right? And
I was a good example of not yet having the messaging down in a couple minutes before. This would be a cautionary tale of what not to do when you have your PR firm on. But yes, we do everything from helping them create that message, helping them hone that message. And then ultimately the last step is, how do we amplify that message across the industry?
All right. Last topic, big topic, because it's coming on strong in the last couple of years. Parts. When the Fixed Ops Roundtable started off, there was just a little sliver of information on parts. Everything was service, and parts was off to the side. That's all changed. There's a young lady named Kaylee Filio that you helped make an introduction to some years ago at Parts Edge. Talk to us about what they're doing to help dealers on the
inventory. All right, well, we'll get into Parts Edge, but can we take a minute to talk about Kaylee? I'm so impressed with Kaylee. Kaylee Filio, if you guys don't know her, you have to meet her. She has just taken off. She's taken this company over the last couple of years and her own personal brand to heights. So I have nothing but good things to say about Kaylee. From the parts side, really they're looking into parts obsolescence and the pricing matrix. So as they talk to more parts managers, what they're really finding is the more obsolescence you have, you're giving away profit, right? So, and it kind of ties into everything we're talking about, reconditioning, recalls, all of these things. You need to make sure you have the proper parts on hand, and you need to make sure you have the proper pricing matrix for those parts in order to make it work. I think this has kind of been the redheaded stepchild parts for a long time in automotive, but they're finally beginning to have their moment. Like you said, I think people are becoming more and more aware that parts can really be a huge part of your profit center. And people like Kaylee are helping dealers understand how that is and how to set up their parts inventory to make it work best for those dealerships.
And she's got it all. She's got the career. She's got the family, the young family, right?
Yeah. And she's got 2 little kids that are adorable. I don't know how she does it. We talk behind the scenes and I'm like, how are you doing this, girl? I don't know how you're I don't know how you're growing both at the same time, but congratulations to you.
Yeah,
So,
lot to be said.
Yeah.
So you got a front row seat to all these things happening in the
I
industry,
do.
Lori.
It's very fun. And I'll tell you the best part about any of these clients beyond their solution is they're just really good partners and people. I mean, I tried to go to as many in-person things as I can for our clients, and I just really enjoy them as people and as business people. So I love the partners that we work with. They've been great.
All right. So if there are folks watching who are launching a product or a business or have been in business for some time and now want to get firmly into get serious about fixed operations.
Serious. Yeah.
Lori, you are the person to come to at Charisma. You're behind so much of what's happening at the Fixed Ops. How do people reach you? How do they get a hold of you? I see you write. I don't know how you have time to write articles and things. Like you do that also.
There's a lot of late nights, I'll tell you that much. You know this, Ted, from your own. But I have underneath me, it's my email, my number. Probably the best and fastest way to find me is on LinkedIn. We have Charisma Communications on LinkedIn and under me, Lori Halter. I'd love to hear from anyone listening, and we're happy to answer any questions they have.
All right. I see an email scrolling, Lori at charismacommunications.com, a 503 area code phone number. People can reach you there as well.
Yes, exactly. That phone number goes straight to me and the email goes straight to me. And I'd love to hear from anyone watching.
Well, Lori, congratulations to you. Great job on all that's happening. I don't see you or Fixed Ops slowing down anytime soon.
Well, I don't plan on slowing down anytime soon, and I don't see Fixed Ops slowing down anytime soon either. If it's any indication by how many folks you have on your show now, we're both just picking up speed, right?
We're very grateful to you also, Lori, okay, for, letting people know about the Fixed Ops Roundtable. So thank you for all you do. And thank you for your friendship. And like you said, it's great to see all these companies grow, us along with them, right? So
exactly. Thank you so much, Tad. I've loved being on with you today.
Lori Halter, everybody. She is the name in the industry. If you want to get your word out to fixed operations, service, parts, body shop, anywhere in fixed, Lori can help get the job done. Charisma can make communications, everybody down below, her email, phone number, streaming there. So Lori Halter, everybody from Charisma, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Welcome to the all-new Busy Car. Recalls made easy. What does your recall process look like today? Do you rely on the reactive mix of mailers, emails, and calls that your service advisors catch them as they come into the service drive? Tomorrow's proactive process looks much different. With automation leading the way via texts, a mix of live outreach, and advanced appointment scanning. Here's how the Busy Car process works. Step 1. Get the data directly from your manufacturer. Then integrate with your DMS and scheduling software. Add in a mix of Busy Car's own proprietary data along with AI-powered website scanning, and voila, it's on step 2. Now it's time to identify which VINs have open recalls on them and help you in 3 different categories. Consumers, fleet, and B2B, which consists of the other franchise and used car lots in your PMA. Slide on into step 3. Here comes the automation. Busy Car has a very robust, smart-driven texting platform that automatically helps reduce no-shows and give your customers their preferred method of communication. Now you're getting somewhere. Step 4 is all you. We schedule according to your preferences. You complete the job checking. Little to no effort on your part and guaranteed ROI on our part. Call or email to schedule your Busy Car demo today.
Jump over to Jupiter for an interview with Mark Johnson.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have a special guest, Mark Johnson, Operations Executive. He's going to be sharing some incredible information with us today, Ted.
Sarah, excited to welcome Mark. First time on the roundtable. Mark Johnson, welcome to the event.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Mark, you've got quite a career in automotive. I don't know if you want to take a moment and share some of that, but some of the things we'll be talking about today, you've been involved with for a long time.
I have. It's an extensive car career. Pretty much my entire adult life has been spent in the car business. I've had over 20 years of general manager experience, so I've had an opportunity to get to understand and learn and be involved in the whole operation of the dealership.
There's so many people in automotive, some who don't have that retail experience, and I always say there's no substitute for working in retail and Mark, and having sold cars, right, and done it on the front line like you have as well.
Right. Yeah, I did that for several years before I moved into management. Pretty much in the front end of the store, I sat in every seat there was, and then I learned and spent time understanding the fixed operations of the store, because I learned quickly that it was a very important part of the operation. So.
And you recently reached out to us, pointing out that some of the technician multi-point inspection videos that we're now seeing online are something that you worked with for quite a while. It's not brand new to you.
No, it's not new to me, and I got to be involved and introduced to it in Los Angeles, where it was being used pretty widespread, and I learned about it there, and I learned about the positive impact of having it, what it can do for your store.
Well, Mark, it's incredible to have you on the roundtable today, and really, I want to pivot the conversation into talking specifically about some of the MPI expectations with these videos. And so you've had a unique opportunity to implement this and really see it both West Coast and East Coast, and see a variety of different dealership types and dealership styles in that process. So what were the expectations and timeline, for you seeing the impact of these MPI videos in your operations?
Well, with anything that you do or you try to do that would improve your business, you're hoping for it to be received by the customers in a positive way. And I found that them receiving these visual videos about the MPI inspection of their car, they appreciated that. I never have ever to this day received a phone call from a customer that said, "I wish you wouldn't send me those videos." They always would call or write a review or something that said, "I really appreciated getting to see the things that you were talking about with my car," so that it added a level of definitely transparency and credibility to what we were telling the customer.
Mark, a lot of people have commented that they see it as even a new frontier for the franchise dealer to have the technician who's been behind that garage door forever, and we don't know what happens behind the door from a customer point of view, and now makes the technician front facing. I don't know if you want to speak to that, in terms of building trust, and you mentioned transparency.
Well, that's a great point, because what I had my people do, my technicians do, and this wasn't they were involved with this process. I wanted them, and I knew that them believing and seeing the value in it and what it meant to the customer and them was going to benefit all of us. So we started every video with them and their face and introducing themselves to the customer. And then at the end of the video, there would also be a picture of them talking into the camera, explaining to the customers what the next steps would be, so that they knew exactly what would happen, and that they would receive a phone call from the service advisor, and we would get started with the repairs on their vehicle.
Mark, technicians on the West Coast more receptive than the East Coast, or does that not really matter?
You know what? They're just as receptive. They want to be, they're a commodity. They are very, very, very important part of the dealership operation today, and they're very skilled. These cars are are difficult, and they're very, very talented people.
You know, Sarah, you and I have had some conversations offline about keeping technicians and service advisors engaged in the process. That's not always the easiest thing to do, Sarah. You've worked in dealership, you've seen it as well. I'm curious, Mark, from your perspective, you know, how did you keep the techs engaged in doing this once it got up and running?
Well, we did a few different things. We would have some fun with these videos too. I mean, we didn't make it, you know, like a painful thing for them. We would do some contests where we would reward the top 3 videos, you know, that were chosen by their peers with monetary type things. Nothing too expensive. I mean, I think we would pay the top video $150, and then we'd pay $175 for the third. And we do that on a semi-regular basis. But we also reviewed videos with the techs and talked about what they thought of their video that they produced. And what was interesting is their perspectives of how they felt like they could do a better job, or they might want to do this a little differently next time. And then what they would see was the monetary, the increase in the work. It wasn't doing the inspection and then the customers declining the work. It was, we started to see an increase in customers accepting the video and approving the work, because I think it was a combination of the transparency and the quality of the communication of how we were doing it now versus maybe the way that we'd been doing it forever, you know, which was by phone and telling you, but getting to see it made a difference.
Mark, I want to go back to the comment you made about reviewing the videos with the technician, because, you know, oftentimes when somebody's putting a video out there of themselves and they go watch it back, they kind of are more critical of their own video than maybe the customer would be. So how do you encourage technicians to, you know, first off, look at that video from that, you know, analytical lens to, you know, see how they can improve, but not, you know, maybe over criticize their videos so they get nervous about continuing to do them?
Well, and that's a good question too. We explained to them that we didn't want them to be have stage fright, you know, doing a video about the car. They knew what they were doing. They were the expert. Smile, be friendly, you know, engage the customer with who you are. They're going to appreciate the fact that, hey, here's a real person that's going to be, here's the guy that's going to be, or the lady that's going to be fixing my car. So I like that. And you know, we would have customers come back and ask for that specific technician, you know, if they were available, because they appreciate, you know, they got, you know, which obviously benefited the tech with being able to work on the car. And then the other thing, you know, we constantly in new car franchise stores are dealing with losing customers to the independent facilities. So doing things like these videos, and the more we did them, the better we got at it, and the more impact it had for the store. But it also set us apart and showed that we were on a different level maybe than what an independent might be.
Mark, one of the things we're doing at the Roundtable is we're asking technicians to send us their videos, and we want to see what some of the best in the country look like.
Yeah.
I know elsewhere in the dealership, there's a tendency for, let's say, salespeople on the front end to take shortcuts in the process. I know you've never seen that, but is it possible that techs could also take shortcuts of some sort? And if so, what would that be? What would that look like? Is that possible?
Yeah. And when it's just natural, we do that. Okay. We try to find an easier way to do, or things that maybe we don't feel like, every car needed a video. So what we did from the very, very beginning is we set the guidelines and the parameters for what would be excluded from a video. So everything else would get a video except for the dealership's used car inventory while it's in reconditioning process, or service loaner vehicles. We could work on those vehicles and we didn't need to do a video. But everything else, we did a video. And typically the video would be a 45 to 60 second typically video. Sometimes they were longer if there was more issues to discuss, but that was pretty much the common range. And the only two exceptions were the ones I mentioned.
And I might make note that it seems that video now is part of the fabric of our lives. Everywhere we look, we see video. We're a part of videos. We're here today on a video, okay? And that people are more accepting of this medium than ever before. Your thoughts on that as using video as a tool?
Well, we've been using video in the front end of the store on our websites to show like used car inventories and things like that, and has worked really, really well. And customers it's had an impact. So why wouldn't that work the same way in the service department? And it has. And it does.
Mark, with going back into the really enhancing the launch of this process, because there's some dealers that are probably watching today that say, yes, I know videos are great. I don't necessarily enforce it across my entire service department. Maybe they're thinking about ways today to really implement those strategies. So what would you say are some of the must-do things to really enhance the success of launching these videos?
I think when you start it, the one thing that I learned was everybody's got to be on board, and everybody's got to be completely committed to what we're doing and see the benefit of doing it at a certain level to have the kind of outcome that we're looking for. And it started with me, and then it was the service director and the shop foreman, and then we just embraced and included everybody in what we were trying to accomplish and what we felt like it would do and how it would benefit them. That was really, really important from the launch of it.
And I would imagine too, you mentioned talking about customers asking for the technician, and that retention is a huge topic today as more vehicles continue to age, and customers are hanging on to their vehicles for longer than they ever have before. The technician is front and center in this conversation, and the service advisor has that opportunity to really build that relationship through their technician. So how did you see this impacting customer retention as a whole?
Well, I think, again, the customers appreciated the fact that we were doing something that maybe they had never experienced before. Yeah. And I had the luxury for a little while of being able to do and offer this service to customers that they weren't getting at other places that they might have been taking their car to, and it made an impression on them. And then the one thing I haven't mentioned, we did not call the customer back and discuss the repairs until after we had received notification that they had seen the video. Okay. We wanted to make sure before we call and talk about what the cost or things might be to do the repairs, we wanted to make sure they saw the video. That had a big impact.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Mark, last question for today. For your peers who are watching from all different points of the country,
yes.
Here we are now in the second week of May, firmly into the spring. A lot of folks making their plans for the second, third, and quarter and beyond. What advice would you have for the folks watching today, especially on the fixed operations side, things like these videos? What advice would you have for the peers watching today on things they should be on the lookout for the remainder of this year?
Well, I think just, retaining your customers, paying attention to them, communicating with them, following up with them, all the different things that people complain about that we don't do. And so I think we tweak things a little bit. We offer services like these videos that go over and above or something different that the customers not experience or they become used to getting, I think you retain your customers that way and make it something that's not uncomfortable or a negative thing for them.
Mark, very refreshing to hear, and your retail background certainly shows. So thank you for being with us here today on the roundtable.
Yeah, thank you.
If our audience wants to reach out, I see a live.com email. I see a phone number scanning below. Is that the best way to reach out to Mark Johnson?
Absolutely. I'd be happy to answer any questions or go over with anybody that might be considering this or anything else.
All right, Sarah. Another great name in automotive retail on the roundtable. So,
thank you.
Mark, nice to meet you. Thank you. I'm sure we're going to be seeing and hearing a lot more of Mark Johnson in the future.
Yeah, thank you both.
All right. Mark Johnson, everybody, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Good morning and welcome to Porsche Sacramento. My name is Lucas and I'll be the technician working on your Porsche Panamera today. Starting up here, we do have our rear tires at their lowest point, measuring in at about 4:30 seconds, as you can see there, both here on the left rear and in the right rear. Now we also did a thorough visual inspection of all underbody components, including but not limited to the vehicle's rear suspension, differential, exhaust and driveline center sections, as you see here, underbody trim panels, center differential and transmission components, front suspension, as well as the front tires. The front tires at their lowest point measure in just there at about 6:30 seconds, just there under 7 here in the front left and in the front right. So the front tires do have quite a bit of tread left on them. However, the rear tires will need to be replaced rather soon. So we're gonna go ahead and put in a yellow recommendation for that at this time. Now we're also gonna go ahead and move on to the front brake pad inspection. Up here in the front of the vehicle, our front brake pads at their lowest point, as you can see in there, have a yellow gauge indicating these front brakes measure in at 4 millimeters here in the front of the vehicle. Now the rear brake pads also measure in at 4 millimeters, so I'll go ahead and show you right here. With our yellow gauge, it's a little difficult to see, as you can see right there, 4 millimeters at its lowest point. Now because they're in the yellow, we're gonna go ahead and recommend a replacement of both the rear as well as the front brake pads at this time. Finally, we're gonna go underneath the hood of the vehicle for the underhood inspection. Finally, underneath the hood of the vehicle, we went ahead and performed the vehicle's engine oil change as well as an oil filter replacement located right underneath this cover. We went ahead and topped off your coolant tank reservoir, washer fluid, and your washer fluid reservoir, and observed that the brake fluid and the brake fluid reservoir was at the correct level at the time of service. Now, we also did a thorough visual inspection in and around the engine compartment, looking for any signs of prematurely worn or any damaged components, and everything underneath the hood of the vehicle is working and operating as it should be. The only other area of concern that we had found on the exterior of the vehicle was the vehicle's crack in the windshield, so we're going to go ahead and recommend a replacement of the vehicle's windshield as well as a calibration at this time. So with that being said, we'd like to thank you for bringing in your Porsche Panamera for service today at Porsche Sacramento, and we hope to see you next time.
It starts with one small step. Learn about starting the path in our next panel, filmed live at our Niello pop-up event. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Vanessa Collins, joined by Jean Ings, and we are here at Porsche Sacramento with the Women of Niello panel. Thank you so much for joining us. And today we're going to be specifically talking about starting your path at Niello. This is such an incredible segment, huh, Jean?
It sure is. Now, ladies, I'm so curious. How did you get started in automotive? If we want to start down the line here.
Yeah. I've only been in the automotive for about less than a year. I'm going on my 10th month, and I've never been in automotive before. I have a pretty strong fitness background, so I always coached. I always managed studios, so I decided to change things up. I found an open position, and the rest is history.
Wow.
I started in the Niello company over 30 years ago as a cashier receptionist, and so I am super excited to be on the panel with these wonderful ladies that are starting their career in the Niello company because I know how much you can accomplish.
Yeah, and same here. I've always been into vehicles and so always intrigued on everything what you can do and moving up with the company, and I saw a position and I went for it.
I didn't really grow up around the automotive industry, didn't know much about it, but once I was just kind of doing the job search after college, I saw a position open at BMW Sacramento, is where I started as a cashier receptionist as well. Moved up to payroll once a position opened up. So it's been a whirlwind of a roller coaster. It's been crazy, but it's been a really fun experience.
Well, the automotive industry is such an incredible place to be. So congratulations, ladies, on starting to, choose to be in this industry for your career. And my next question is, what was an important consideration in choosing to work for the Niello company specifically?
I always saw Niello driving around Sacramento. They have multiple dealerships across Sacramento, so you see the name plastered everywhere. I'm like, wow, that's a very, very big company. They got to be doing something right. They've been around for so long. Let me give it a go. I didn't know much about them, but first day, I knew I was gonna love working here.
Yeah, I've word of mouth. I've heard that the Niello company is an amazing place to work for. And so I just saw the position and I went for it, and I've been happy ever since.
Well, again, I started over 30 years ago, and at that time we had 4 or 5 dealerships, and I was just looking for a career that I could start, and it was a great place, and here we are today.
Yeah, for me, I always wanted to be part of a team. People that are kind to each other, respectful, and support each other. And my goodness, the team here at Porsche Sacramento, but in general for the Niello company, everybody wants everybody to succeed, and I love being a part of that.
Absolutely. What a great team we have here at the Niello company. And I know for myself, I didn't start in automotive either, but I'm curious to hear what you ladies have to think. What opportunities surprised you the most about this industry?
I mean, right off the bat, like my first day, I was always constantly told how much growth there was here. And I mean, everybody says you can always grow and be better, but I mean, for me, I'm already going on my 3rd position here. So that just shows how much opportunity is available at the Niello company, and it's incredible.
Yeah, it's super important for us to talk about all of the options that are available in every single department. We have females that are in our parts department, our service department, sales department, finance, and like I said in the other panel, are killing it. Top earners, top producers, and so if there's a position out there, go for it.
Yes, definitely. The growth in the industry has been so amazing. The motivation that the team has given me to move up in the company has been so amazing.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like I said, I started out as cashier. I was only in that position for 2 months before I moved into the payroll. And I say, just make it known what your ambitions are and what you want to do. I made it known. I'm a college graduate. I'm looking to start my career. I know I don't want to be in this spot forever. I want to grow. And that's exactly what this company is going to help you do. It's amazing to see.
Yeah, it's remarkable that you ladies are so new, but are starting to go on to your 2nd and 3rd positions, and seeing that career growth within the Niello company is so refreshing, especially as women in automotive. That is so important, and incredible that Niello places an emphasis on, driving their women forward in this industry. So my next question is, how do you see your career continuing to evolve in automotive?
Let's see. I think I'm in a great spot right now, and it can only go up from here. My team is incredible. There's only 5 of us, and the way we work together is so fantastic. And seeing them, how long they've been here and how long they've been doing their spots and how much they love it, learning every day, I'm excited to follow that path as well.
Oh, yes. And when I started, I was a cashier as well. And moving up so quickly with the team being so supportive and getting me to move up and learning new things has been amazing. And I'm just so excited to see where else I'm going to go. My team has pushed me, hey, you're going to be great at this, so you're going to learn this. And they pushed me to go farther and farther and learn so many new things in my path.
Wow. Well, March is Women's History Month, and so it's the perfect time to celebrate and acknowledge women that have come before us and paved the way in the workforce. And so it's exciting for me to be on this panel with you guys. I'm delighted because I started as a cashier and worked my way up to be the controller of the company. And so I just want to celebrate that and just keep going.
Yeah, girl. And for me, I feel like I've evolved already so much within the Niello company. I mean, I applied as a receptionist. I started in service as a loaner coordinator. 5 months later, I was internal writer, and now I'm slowly training to be a service advisor. So much has happened in just 10 months, which is pretty insane, but I'm along for the ride.
That's super inspiring. Yeah, congratulations, ladies, on choosing this to be your industry and the Niello company to be your career, and you have a wonderful lady to look up to who, been in this industry for a long time and has a lot of advice to give. You heard it first, the Women of Niello panel. Thank you, ladies, so much for joining us, and make sure to stay tuned because we have a lot more to come.
Yeah. Time is money, and wasting it waiting in line for parts or searching for information, that's a cost you don't need. But there's another way. Microcat EPC makes every parts search faster, more efficient, and more accurate. It's the parts catalog built from VIN-specific OEM data, so you always get the right part, first time, every time. And it's more than just parts. Microcat EPC also gives you access to service, repair, and fluid data, all in one place. It's fully integrated with your DMS, so orders are processed instantly. And with automatic OEM updates, you're always working with the latest information and pricing. Why wait in line when you can keep moving? Available anytime, anywhere, on any device. Microcat EPC keeps you ahead of the game. Work faster, work smarter, because time is money. Microcat EPC, driven by data and built to keep you ahead.
Let's hear from the best in the cosmos with the Revolution Parts Excellence Awards.
Welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings, and today we have a very exciting segment for you all. We have the Parts Excellence Award winners from Revolution Parts. Ted, I have such an incredible feeling about all that we're going to discuss today at this panel.
Sarah, you're absolutely right. Revolution Parts once a year gets together the best of the best for these Parts Excellence Awards. I want to go ahead and call out the panel who are with us here today. We have Adam Ahrens and Mark Perryman from the Patriot Automotive Group, Patriot Subaru, North Attleboro, Massachusetts. Full disclosure, I am a customer of Patriot Subaru, and Mark and Adam, my daughter, loves her Subaru. Thank you very much for the great service and all in the ownership experience. Want to also welcome today Gerardo Ayala, who is with Longo Lexus as well, who's joining us. Anthony Bluebello is with us. He is with BMW of Westchester. Sarah, I understand Anthony is the influencer of the year, according to Revolution Parts. No surprise there, Sarah.
No surprise at all, Ted. It's incredible to see what Anthony is doing.
And Jensei Numa with Revolution Parts. Jensei, thank you for bringing everybody together, and congratulations to you, Jensei, on all the success that Revolution Parts is having.
Great to have everybody here together to recognize everybody for their growth and progress and achievements.
There are a few dealers, Sarah, who are part of the winners who are not with us today. I'll call them out very briefly. Want to congratulate Tasca Parts, who took the overall spot for overall sales. River Steady Ford earned the E-Commerce Excellence Award. Dick Huvares, Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Rookie of the Year award, Hiller Ford as the top Amazon seller, and Van Chevrolet as the title of top eBay seller. So congratulations to all the winners. And Sarah, we have some questions for the folks with us today.
Yes, we do, Ted. And I'm excited to kick things off. And Anthony, I'll come to you first and we'll go around to the group. But, we're talking a lot about e-commerce and selling parts online. Many dealerships are still hesitant to fully embrace e-commerce and oftentimes, fearing the complexity of thin margins or potential thin margins. Looking back, what were the biggest misconceptions that you had before starting, and what turned out to be the most surprising or rewarding part about selling parts online?
I think we can all agree pricing is kind of number one, right? It's what keeps the grease on the wheels and what keeps everything moving. Pricing was definitely our biggest concern. But what I can tell you is as we've evolved, we've learned, we've grown, we've had some growing pains. Pricing isn't the biggest issue now. Right now, my issue is personnel, turnaround time, winter weather closures, that we don't know about that happens on a Thursday that rolls into a Monday. Customers are expecting updates, and, we strive to stick to that customer satisfaction. So if you go past 2-3 days, you got people looking for stuff. So I think my biggest hurdle right now is really just trying to keep those timelines, with weather and, you do have some people in and out, so it's just trying to keep that. But pricing, I think, was definitely our biggest hinder. We definitely were concerned, definitely worried, and you definitely start out sometimes a little bit more aggressive. At least we did, and then we found a lot better structure. But yeah, pricing was definitely our biggest thing that I think we tried to overcome.
Mark and Adam with Patriot, I'd love to hear your perspective. And Mark, I'll come to you first. What has turned out to be the most surprising or rewarding part of selling parts online?
Well, online part sales have, certainly grown and become more competitive, which is something we haven't seen in a few years, in the timeline that we've been doing it. I think being available for the customers and answering questions in a timely manner to provide information is key. All of our staff is trained in how to deal and handle with the online orders. So it's not like we're taking one person that is only answering to those people that are doing the inquiring. Our entire staff is ready and able to and knows from our process how we need to handle that customer, which truly is different than what we had originally intended or expected. So there was the growing pains, but if you can get them into your system and you sell them apart and you communicate, to Anthony's point, in such a manner, these folks will continue to come back because you've built trust. And so for us, it is constant communication with the consumer. And I have to say that one of the most surprising and rewarding things for us is the relationships that we've developed all around the country. It wasn't something that we thought or expected, but just like, you have a regular customer in the store, these people, you've created these regular customers now across the country because you've given them a good experience on your site, and they become repeat customers, as we would expect customers that live in our market.
And to follow on what Mark and Anthony are both saying, the customer is a one of one. They are focused on themselves, and they're used to an Amazon experience where there's communication if there's a hesitation or delay. First, that number one, you got the order. Number two, that it's going to go out and when it's expected out. And then you need to do a daily update. I think, though, when I go back to the question, it didn't happen fast. This takes some real investment in time, in a business plan, and how to execute that business plan. Because at times you might say, well, I'm just going to have one person dedicated to that, and that will work at the beginning. But then when it becomes a real business, it's not somebody sitting at home in their basement doing this. For us, we have multiple Subaru stores, and we're not doing online sales from all of them. We're doing it from one of them because the customer doesn't care what zip code it comes from. So that was one of the decisions that we made. And this is not an advertorial for Revolution, but you need a partner to do this. You can't do the marketing on your own. You can't know everything at the beginning. And as you realize, the more you get from them, the more that you need them to make sure that your customers, the customers, are seeing what it is that you're offering. And having their guidance is critical for all of us. We all are running other parts of a business. And to have an expert on the other side of this to not to yell and scream at you, just to tell you this is what you need to do if this is what you want to get, has been a big thing for us. So those are the three things that I would say is it takes longer than you think. You need a partner, and remember the customers are one of one expecting an Amazon experience.
Gerardo, I'll come to you next with what have you seen in the past few years, and what turned out to be the most surprising or rewarding part of selling parts online?
Sure. So I'm coming from the Longo Toyota store, which is, that's when I got into the e-commerce world. And getting into it, most people had the misconception of low margins and it's going to be a lot of work and we don't want to do the work for the low margins. But what happens nowadays is kind of like what Adam and Anthony were talking about. They are expecting an Amazon experience. Your clientele has changed. So most of the DIYers are going onto YouTube. They're looking at what they need to do in order to repair their vehicles. And if you have a moniker of, do it yourself, and you can go through and just kind of figure out what you need to fix your part and do the research, and people are out there telling you, hey, get this part, then the next step is they're going to go in and find the easiest way to get that part, which is going to be the Amazon experience. So now you're competing with do-it-yourselfers who are being shown online how to repair their vehicles. Now they're looking for the fast turnaround with the explanations, with the information, and our job is to fill that niche, right? So what we need to do is provide the daily, updates on what they need, what's going on with your order, and overpromise and, or actually underpromise, overdeliver, right? So, hey, it's going to take me 3 days to get it to you. I'm going to get that part to you, no worries. And then if there is an issue with the order along the way, provide someone that they can speak to so that we can go ahead and get them the resolution that they're looking for. And ultimately, the best sort of, experience for us is getting that part to them much faster than they anticipated, having an OEM product arrive at their door, properly packaged with, and meeting their needs.
Jen, say all of these gentlemen on our panel today are Parts Excellence Award winners. And I imagine, from Revolution Parts, from your perspective, there's a lot of surprising things that you've learned along the way in helping these dealers, be successful and then ultimately winning this prestigious award. So could you share with us a little bit, as a collective with Revolution Parts, what are you seeing the results to be for the most surprising or rewarding part of being with Revolution Parts?
Yeah. Well, first off, I want to point out everybody did such a good job sharing, and I understand why these are the Parts Excellence Award winners in general senses, because e-commerce is a mindset, right? And even though I work at Revolution, right, and I represent Revolution, I actually built multiple e-commerce parts departments as a customer of Revolution for 13 years, for 8 years first, and I was in parts for 13 years. So being on this side of things and hearing how these guys on here are speaking explains to me why they're developing what they have. But I will say, one of the I want to answer real quick the dealership hesitant question and the challenge misconceptions part first, because I see it on both sides. I see it being in Revolution, and I also saw it when I was actually a customer of Revolution. And one of that point is change and being afraid of change, right? A dealership typically is set in their ways and their habits of how they do things. And when you got a process, especially in the parts department, right? There's habits, you do a certain thing a new way. And when you introduce something new, it's like it's like a cow looking at a new gate. Like, what is that? But here's the thing. I think we all realize what's surprising and rewarding is I think everyone knows they need to change. And I think everybody knows they need to adapt to the way that customers are nowadays. And I think since COVID, Everybody's is actually after convenience now more than anything. And our customers want things shipped straight to them. Like the Amazon experience, as we were mentioning, our customers actually sometimes will spend more money just to not have to leave their house, So if you don't adapt to the way that the world is and actually how the customer is, then it actually can affect the business. So what's surprising really is how Revolution was already in that lane before that mentality was even out.
I'd like to follow up with everybody on the answer you just gave, starting with Anthony. Anthony, it would seem to me there's a certain mindset, to use that word, that's necessary to succeed in the e-commerce space. Do you want to speak to that mindset or the strategy in order to get started and to succeed and to sustain that?
The mindset definitely takes precedence. You kind of have to have a knee-jerk reaction to help people, because in the customer standpoint, their issue is right up here. Even though me sitting hundreds, if not thousands miles away, your dented roof rack is, but you still need to put them as that priority, as if it is a number one priority. And I think having the mindset that you want to help the customer at your maximum capacity, whether it be overnighting or just giving them confirmation, within 30 minutes to an hour, or via text or via chat, or, whatever the case may be, a phone call saying, hey, I got your email. I'm going to get this squared away for you. They just need to know that it's getting taken care of, because little things like that can balloon. But that mindset of just helping the customer, I think, is very well key. And I kind of jumped off topic and never got to say what I was rewarded for, what I feel rewarded for. What feels rewarding, we've been going on close to a decade, a little over 9 years with Revolutions, is when it's like a well-oiled engine. It's just running seamlessly. Your processor's doing the stuff, the people are answering the phones, the customers, like, stuff's getting to the customers, not having any damage claims, like, knock on wood. When things are running smooth, that is so rewarding, because that means you're implementing your promo codes, you're keeping up with your messages, you're keeping up your customer communication. That's the rewarding part, knowing that you've done so much work to get things at a good level, and then you see those numbers just blossom, because the numbers don't lie. But yeah, having that mindset is definitely key, and just wanting to help people. Empathy is huge, and a lot of times when you have internet sales, there's no empathy, because it's a disconnect. You don't have that person, that voice, somebody that you're looking directly in their eye and telling them, yeah, sorry, I can't help you. Empathy is definitely something that you have to have a mindset for, and you got to be willing to help. And you got to find the right people for that. So that's definitely a tough one. But I'm fortunate. I have a good crew, and I'm not going to complain.
Mark and Adam, I want to come back to that mindset with both of you. It was only maybe 25 years ago on the sales side of the business, we would refer to customers who came online as, remember, internet customers, okay? And now we see this big transformation happening in the parts department as well. Mark and Adam, speak to that mindset if you don't mind.
Well, for me, in the very beginning, there were a tremendous amount of questions, because it to your point, Ted, that this was a whole new realm. And so for us, some of the big concerns were, how are we going to communicate with this customer and be effective? The other thing was, we knew that there'd be challenges in terms of shipping and shipping costs and quotes, because we know that in the parts department, they come in so many different shapes and sizes. And so for us, we were really trying to Adam's point, we started slow, because we knew, more importantly than anything, that the end user and how they perceived that entire transaction was going to dictate how we set our processes and systems in place for a completely different, I consider it another revenue source within our business. And so we needed to make sure that we started the right way, created the processes that we needed to make sure that we were streamlined, communicating with the customer via chat, via any time the phone call coming in, not going through a recording system. They actually got a live person. And so those were the things that really affected us in the very beginning. But once we got through the rocky road, if you will, and really got dialed in, is when we ramped up. And then it was more an issue of inside training of what we'd experienced in the pitfalls that we had run into. So once we got everybody kind of dialed in, it's frustrating that we didn't do this a whole lot earlier.
I don't disagree, and I will say that everybody, including the internal me and the external Mark, had questions whether we should continue down this path because it was that difficult at the beginning. But as an organization, we decided that if we're going to do it, we're going to do it the best. If not, we're not going to do it, right? And that's the mindset. And the fact is that this is now providing jobs in our business. It's providing earn back, tremendous amount of earn back. But I will tell you this, if you don't have a policy and a customer-friendly policy on returns, it will shut this thing down because your return rate will be through the roof at the beginning because you're only going to deal with some of these people that are not allowed to buy from other people. They return so much. And it sounds like a joke, but that's really the truth. But somebody will buy something, use it, and send it back to you in a different box with grease all over it and insist this is what you sent them.
That's when you can add the note in there that says, "Do not sell to this customer again," right?
It is true, but yeah, that's the mindset piece.
All right, I like that. All right, Gerardo.
For us, being on the Toyota side and then coming over to the Lexus side, which is more a luxury brand, surprisingly, the mindsets were the same on that end and on this end, which was they're online customers. So just get the part and take it, send it to them. But it's much more than that, right? The customer is still a customer. So we want to make sure to provide a good service to that customer at every step of the process. And that means that we have to be upfront with them on our return policies, or even be, just to Adam's point, very receptive to returns and making it very easy and streamlined. Because who we're competing with is the Amazons and the eBays, and it's very streamlined, it's very quick, and it's a quick turnaround, right? You need to meet your customers, and for us, we call them our guests. You need to meet your guests where they want to do business. And in order to play in that sandbox, you need to be open to that sort of ideology on customers and customer service on an online sort of platform. So for us, we needed to change the thought process around our business. How are we looking at these customers? We're looking at them as online guests who still require a certain level of care. So we want to provide that level of care all throughout. And again, that means if you need us to check your VIN and to get you the right part, we're going to do that. If you need us to be on the phone with you to confirm your order, we're going to do that too. If we feel like you ordered the wrong part because the VIN you provided and the part aren't aligned, then we're going to make a phone call to you and also send you an email saying, hey, this doesn't look like it matches. Can we talk with you? Would you like us to make this change for you? And in many circumstances, in many situations, the customers, the guests are happy with these sorts of reaching out. And that's where I've seen that we've had a lot of repeat and reoccurring guests coming back to us, because they might start off looking for the cheapest price, but they're going to come back for service. And that's what we need to emphasize in our businesses, and not only on the Toyota side, but on the Lexus side. And we've seen a huge turnaround. It also is, staffing the right team members in those key positions where they have the support that they need from their management team. They have the support that they need from the rest of the department to make sure that we can hit those metric, which is customer service, getting these parts out within a timely manner, and again, making sure that the customer is king.
Jensei, some great retailers there who've made a big commitment to e-commerce. Anything that you'd like to add, Jensei, from the Revolution Parts side?
Yeah, one of the things that, and everybody hit the nail right on the head. Everybody talked about customer service. Everybody talked, and really, if you want to put it in a nutshell, it's reputation, right? You got to think about your e-commerce businesses. You're building a certain reputation because customers have options, and the thing is, the options are even closer online than they are, in a physical location, because they're looking up a part and multiple things are populating to search for. So your reputation is what separates you. And that's a huge factor when you want to have the right mindset on the e-commerce space. The last thing I'll throw out is giving the e-commerce business the attention it deserves to grow, right? And I just start, a lot of times I see accounts and they start or they're thinking about e-commerce and they kind of have like a set it up and walk away thought process. I'm just going to make sales because I set it up, and there's actually, and you don't have to give all your attention, right? Because everybody in a department, there's a lot of things going on until it grows its own legs, but it does need some attention, right? For it to develop. And whenever, accounts start, the mindset really is, hey, treat this as a mindset as this is going to be big. You start small, but you have in your mind is it's going to be big. And I feel like because you have that expectation, it usually does. So.
Well, Ted, I have one final question, and this is a lightning round question for our group. And so I know I'm putting a little pressure on you to have, maybe 30 seconds tops, a response to this. But, a lot of dealerships today, they're relying more on fixed operations for profitability. We're seeing parts e-commerce becoming a bigger piece of the puzzle in the dealership profitability. And so I want to ask advice from each of you today. What advice would you give to dealerships that want to stay ahead of the curve? And Anthony, I'll start it with you.
Well, I'll keep it short and sweet. You have to spend money to make money. Add the Insta chat. There's even managed services that Revolution Parts offers. I mean, there's all types of services that you can add on that will assist you and help you grow.
Mark, your thoughts?
Oh, that's a good one. Listen, I think that the space is going to continue to get competitive. If you want to succeed, you have to develop and maintain your online reputation, as Jincy said. That is our biggest focus. We are so dialed in. We understand Google rules the world. So when somebody can look at our website and see we have over 4,000 Google reviews at a 4.9 rating versus most of the dealers in, 4.7 or 6 or whatever theirs is, we recognize that is a huge factor in how we will be able to play in this, what I believe will be a very, very competitive mindset or a competitive part of dealers starting to, hey, I need to jump in on this, and I see that AI will probably become part of that. It already has to some extent in terms of the interaction with the consumer. But what we want to make sure is as the AI develops and gets better at what it does, that we don't miss our opportunity to interact with that consumer and give them the best experience, because we know our reputation has already set that stage because we worked so hard on that part. So I would say fixed operations is the backbone of where we are going in this industry. You have to be diligent and good at what you do there. But most importantly, I can't say it any better than Jinsei did, that it is all about the reputation that you have created and give to the consumer moving forward.
Adam, lightning round, what advice would you tell to dealerships to stay ahead of the curve?
Find a third-party partner, visit somebody who's doing this well. Those are the two things I think you have to do, because your parts manager is going to be so resistant to it because it's more work for them. They're going to be so resistant to it because they're going to say, you're going to cannibalize my local margin. This is somebody I would have made more money on if I could, when I was selling it to them before. And there's a lot of that, and we can kind of walk you through that. But if you don't want to go through all of the pain, partner with somebody and then go visit somebody. It doesn't have to be in the same brand, but get your parts manager to leave the dealership and understand that there's an opportunity to grow their business besides traditional wholesale, besides the shop, and besides the counter that's almost non-existent now.
Gerardo, your thoughts, quick lightning round. What feedback or advice would you give?
Sure. When you talk about future trends, I think one of the things that we have to talk about is the fact that, electric vehicles are now coming in. So we're seeing a lot less of our customers coming in with the traditional engines. So some of these vehicles that we are currently servicing, we're seeing far less of them coming into our service drives. right? And these vehicles are going to start to age. And as they age, people are going to start looking for parts. Where are they going to go? The internet. So if you're not there, and that's where your future guests are going, and you're not selling on there, then you're going to see that your ability to sell to these customers, guests in, states that you wouldn't sell to anyways, are going to be buying from your competitors. So in terms of what you want to do to stay on ahead of the curve, it's really just getting on online and selling your parts to people that you would not be able to sell to in the future. And again, looking at what you can sell now and what your potential to sell in the future, you're going to try and get it from wherever you can. And sadly, that's going to be online for those of you who are reluctant to get on there. And for those of us who are on there, thankfully it's online because we'll continue to sell.
Jensei, final thoughts, and how does a dealership really start to take action?
Well, no, everybody's saying it. I mean, you guys, everybody here hit the nail on the head again. I think it's really important. I'm not trying to be modest because I work at Revolution, but you need a third-party provider to assist you, to load your inventory, to make a website, to help with marketing, to create exposure. You need, like, almost every other section of a dealership has some third party they're doing something with, whether it's with their order processing, like a CDK or a Reynolds or whatever. Like, everybody's got a DMS, everybody. So why wouldn't we have the same mindset with e-commerce? You know what I mean? It's the same thing. Last closing thoughts I'll throw out, which I think is really important, is, as the world keeps changing and as everybody gets more comfortable with online purchasing, you can't only focus on your local market to make money, because your local market has seasons and e-commerce doesn't. I've been a proponent to where if you're online, the season is how good you are. You know what I mean? And also, online never shuts off. It's all open 24 hours a day, and nobody's going to work at a dealership for 24 hours a day to make the money come in the parts department, but internet does. So
very well said. What a great panel, Sarah, and a lot of great feedback. I want to thank everybody here with us today, the Parts Excellence Award winners, Adam Aarons and Mark Perryman from Patriot Subaru of North Attleboro, top seller by brand, Gerardo Ayala from Longo, Lexus, top seller by brand as well, Anthony Bluebello, BMW of Westchester, Influencer of the Year, Jensei Numa from Revolution Parts. For more information, everybody, on getting involved with e-commerce, please visit revolutionparts.com, revolutionparts.com, the leader in the industry. On behalf of Sarah Vantine, I want to thank everybody for being with us here today. Great job, everybody. And thanks for all you do. And here's to a very successful 2025.
We're over the moon for our next segment featuring Mozam Abu Bakar.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. There are not many people like Mozam Abu Bakar who have made an impact on the retail auto industry the way he has. He's a best-selling author, customer experience futurist. I've got his latest book here, Beyond Exceptional, and first time on the Fixed Ops Roundtable, a long time in coming. Mozam, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ted, for having me in your show. It's a great honor for me to be with you. And you people are doing amazing.
It's a great honor to have you. I go through LinkedIn very often, and it's all the time. I see you. I see your videos. I see your messages, your words of encouragement. So, for those people in the audience here who don't
Yes.
know yet who you are, give us your background. Tell us who you are. Tell us about you.
Uh, Ted, this is Moazzam Abu Bakr. I'm an author, customer experience professional, and a passionate for service excellence and customer delight. I help organizations and dealerships to create beyond exceptional, remarkable, delighted, and heart-touching customer experiences on their service flow. Ted, I have in this industry for last 25 years. I have worked with renowned leading companies like Honda. I started my career with Honda in 2000 back, and then I worked with Toyota, and now working with DFSK Pakistan, shaping their service culture and elevating customer their experience journeys. This is a brief intro of mine.
Tell us a little bit more about the book, Beyond Exceptional. What made you write it? Um, and how does it apply to our business? Because it's all about the retail car business.
The main reason, the the ultimate goal of any company or a CEO to ensure that their every customer and their families should come back again and again and buy their every car from them for generation. One of the best way to achieve that ultimate goal is to provide best in town ownership experience. And the foundation of best in town ownership experience is of course is the service advisors, the service managers. They are very important people on the service floor. I must say they are the brand ambassador of your dealership. They are the mover and shakers of your business. They are the greatest influencer of the future vehicle sales. I mean, they are the strongest foundation of your customer experience on the service floor. I must say, they're the heartbeat of your organization. Uh, Unfortunately, this is a very gray area. There's a gray area on the dealership, less focused area on the dealership. I have seen the dealer principals, the management more focused on sales and less focused on after sales. And the after sale is the one where you can fight the battle for the loyalty, customer loyalty. So this is the main reason for writing this book. This book is not a guesswork. This book is not a guesswork. It's a result of my experience of 25 years with Honda, Toyota, and DFSK. You will find practical insights, actionable tools. Yes,
And the book is intense, Muslim. It's
yes,
you've
yes.
got a lot of information. It's not a book that you can just skim through. You've got a lot of detail in here, and you've got a lot of research behind
Yes.
it. So congratulations to you on that. And like you said,
Thank you
best
very much.
best in
Thank you
class.
very much.
And you draw from a lot of real world examples, and you've got a lot of great graphics in here too, and a lot of great
Yes.
explanations, which I found to be very very helpful.
Yes, yes. It's very Yeah, it's very easy. It's a comprehensive guide. It's a practical book for the service advisor and service managers too. You will find actionable insights, practical tools, proven frameworks, learning models, and best practices, and a system to deliver a consistent, reliable, heart-touching, and exceptional customer experience on the service flow. You will find high five core beliefs, winning habits, your matchless skills, like a peerless productivity to be a standout as a heavyweight in your industry. So after having this book, you don't need any training manual. It's a comprehensive training.
All right, tell me more. Tell me more about you. I think I know the answer to this, but what are you passionate about? What are you most passionate about?
uh, my greatest passion lies transforming ordinary moments into extraordinary experiences. I thrive on building high performing frontline teams to deliver consistent, seamless, heart touching, memorable, and delighted experience on the service floor. And all passion, my passion is reflected in this book. So it's an ultimate guide for the service managers, service advisors, and other sales guy in the dealership to create that special, that extraordinary customer experiences, service excellence, and customer delight on the service floor.
Tell me more about the car business in Pakistan. What is it like there? What is that market like? You've spent a lot of time there. For those of us here in the United States who don't know but are intrigued, tell us about that marketplace.
Uh, at this time, Pakistani automotive retail industry is at the stage of very important transformation. They're going through an important transformation. Initially, this market was dominated by a few key players. And after that, the market has seen a significant diversification and transformation, and the new entrants came, especially electric vehicles, SUV segment, and the hybrid. They reshape the consumer options, their perceptions, their purchasing options. They have changed. And Ted, what's one thing I want to add? What sets Pakistan automotive retail industry apart is its young, inspirational, aspirational young generation. There's a growing middle class. They're demanding not just mobility, but a meaningful mobility. They are demanding reliability, they're demanding quality, they're demanding durability, they're demanding comfort, they're demanding convenience, they're demanding functions, they're like ADAS functions, they're demanding more features, fuel efficiency, and increasingly sustainability. And the third one, the social media and the digital platform has impact on the customer perceptions, the consumer behavior, and their buying patterns. In my opinion, dealership must rethink their retail strategies and adapt accordingly to overcome on that challenge. However, this journey, isn't full of challenges. Is full of challenges. Uh, in Pakistan, economic instability, the import restrictions, then the duties tariff high, and then the foreign exchange volatility impact the prices in the supply chain.
I have to ask you because you're so big on social media. Is social media as big in Pakistan as I think it is? You know,
Yes, yes,
outside of you, yes.
yes. It's making an impact. It has changed the total consumer behavior and the buying pattern. The basically the Gen Z, the new generation. Pakistan's new generation is very high, na? So they're making the impact. And the third one, the last one, to thrive, the dealership must add value. The main thing, the customer centricity. Dealership must add value, create delighted experiences. They must deliver remarkable, heart-touching, and delighted experience on the service flow to earn the customer's loyalty. Because customers are not buying your product, customers are paying for experiences. They are not. They are buying experiences. So it's very important.
We think the same way. It's a repeat and referral business. We want that customer who comes back over and over again. Muslim, you've got a worldwide presence though. You're not just in Pakistan. When you reach out on social media and I see you on platforms like LinkedIn, you're broadcasting to the whole world. Okay.
Yes, yes, of course.
Is that by accident or did you do that intentionally in your
Uh,
approach?
my approach is totally it's a globalization. You can't live isolated. You have to adapt. You have to go with the flow. You have to go with the world with it going. Industry is changing. Mean you must be learning. You must be keep on improving as the business landscape is changing. Market is changing. Competition is changing. Consumer customers needs, desire, wants changing. Their frustration, their anxieties, it's keep on changing. So you have to keep on learning, improving better. So you can't live isolated with our world.
That's right. What are you working on? What are you working on now? What's currently on the drawing board? What are you working on today?
I'm working basically running my own business, named as Automotivator, is a training, coaching, and consulting. I'm currently leading a service transformation project with one of the automotive brand, renowned automotive brand in Pakistan, and one in healthcare industry. I'm doing doing for last 7 months. It's going amazing. The result is phenomenal. Yes, definitely, because the main in automotive there's a customer. You change the name in hospitality, it's a guest. I mean, in a real estate, it's a client. Everything is the same. I mean, just my core is customer experience. Now it's making the impact on the other industry. Today, I mean, what I believe you have to benchmark with the global, with the best customer provider agencies. You have to benchmark them. I mean, nowadays customers are comparing your experience with the experience they have with a renowned brand like Amazon, Apple. They are comparing the customer experience to to stand out from the crowd. You have to uh, benchmark yourself with the other companies. You have to learn the best practices from the other companies, what they are doing beyond the product, beyond the industry.
We did a workshop recently at Northwood University, and there
Yes.
was a lot of talk about the hospitality industry, how much automotive and hospitality are alike. And it was said
Yes.
that we're not really in the car business; we're more of in the hospitality business.
Yes. Yes.
What are your thoughts on that?
Right now, according to my experience, as I said, customers are not demanding the innovation in cars like Apple. They are demanding quality and safety like NASA, and they're asking for demanding experience of Ritz-Carlton hotel. So we're in the industry. People are demanding such. I mean, they're benchmarking their experience with the global companies. So this is my opinion on it.
Where do you see this going? What Mozam, what do you see next for the car business? Okay. I mean, you've been in the business 25 years. You've worked with some of the biggest brands. You're helping them. You're renowned, okay, for the work that you do. But as you look out into the future, what do you see that's ahead for us? And what should we be thinking about that we may not be aware of today?
Ted, the next chapter for the automotive industry, uh, both global and Pakistan, is going to be defined by three shifts: electrification, digitalization, and customer centricity. Electrification isn't a trend; it's a transition. High fuel prices, growing environmental awareness, and the government push for the sustainable mobility. Uh, Electric vehicles becoming more than an options. And in Pakistan, the companies are making a huge investment in the EV infrastructure for EV readiness. And I can see the huge momentum here. Future is very promising in Pakistan. And the second one, the digitalization, as I said earlier, the digital space, the social media has an impact on the consumer behavior and their buying pattern. So dealerships and companies come up with to rethink their social media strategy, their retail strategy, and have to adapt accordingly to meet that challenge. And the third one is the customer centricity. To thrive in business, dealership must put the customer into customer experience. Dealerships and companies put the customer into the customer experience, and then they have to put the customer in the heart of everything they do. Mean in future, the customer experience in sales, in after sales, will be the battleground for the loyalty. As I said, customers are not demanding the innovation like Apple. They are looking for quality and safety like a NASA, and the customer experience like a Ritz Carlton. In my view, customer will pay for the experience. Whoever give the good experience, they will win.
at the end of the day. You're exactly right. We totally agree.
Yes.
Finally, Muslim, tell us about your company. I went to look at automotivators.org, automotivators.org. That's a very impressive website. It looks like you're doing a lot of work. You're doing a lot of speaking. You're doing a lot of implementation and training. Tell us more about Auto Motivators and what you're doing there. You mentioned the one initiative you've got going as well.
Yes, Automotive is all about inspiring, engaging, and empowering others. My mission is to add value to leaders. They will multiply to others. This is my mission. I want to add value. I want to bridge the gap between academia and the industry. I want to produce a high quality heavyweight in the industry. They will add value to other people. This is my mission. On the Automotivators, I'm basically doing things marvelously here now. I'm now in a full-fledged business in Pakistan now, and getting service transformation in healthcare and now renowned automotive brand in Pakistan.
It's great to finally meet you.
Thank you. Likewise, great to have you, Ted.
A long time in coming, and
Yeah.
I look forward to meeting you in person as well.
Sure.
For our audience, Muslim is in Pakistan. He's a best-selling author. He's a customer experience futurist. He's got a great company serving the automotive industry, after sales industry, okay, and is an expert on the customer experience. And you can reach out to him. He's all over LinkedIn. You can't miss him, okay? And he's doing great strides for our industry. And the book, Beyond Exceptional, highly recommended, okay? And wonderful job in writing it. It's a great read.
Thank you.
And,
Thank you, Ted. Thank you.
I look forward to more in the next book as well.
Sure, it's coming or it's on the way. It's in under process. I'm making inspired. Basically, you talk about the hospitality. Hospitality is the epitome for our automotive industry. By getting inspired from Ritz-Carlton Hotel, I have developed a 30 gold standards. I make instructions into principles. I make instructions into standards. As everybody want to be self-directed, like your uniform should be neat and clean all the day. You have to take the ownership of every complaint. Don't bickering, don't blaming, don't backbiting. The other day standard is to we have to help each other to make the customer happy. So when we live these standards 7 days a week, 30 days a month, and 365 days a year, it becomes in your part of your DNA. It'll automatically manifest. Yeah. So this is the one book is on the in my right in process. It will become soon. Right now, my book translation Beyond Exceptional in Urka is coming in Urdu in my local language in Pakistan by June, inshallah.
All right. Congratulations to you, my friend. And,
Thank you.
let's do this again soon. Let's not wait so long. So I apologize. Everybody, great honor here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable to finally have Muslim Abu Bakar with us here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. You can learn more about him on the web, automotivators.org, automotivators.org, and of course on social media on LinkedIn. So Muslim Abu Bakar with us here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Prepare for landing with Ted Ings and Sarah Vantine.
We are here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable at the Niello Porsche dealership with the Niello company in Sacramento, California. Ted, it has been an incredible day today.
Sarah, what an amazing journey. First of all, I want to ask you your thoughts first time here at the Niello company. What observations, what were your takeaways?
Ted, it was incredible. One of the pieces that I thought was so interesting was just how inspiring the people of Niello really are. There are so many incredible departments that really come together to make the customer experience seamless. And I think Rick Bilo really summarized it when he talked about his people and this company really are at the center of their entire customer experience.
I know I learned so much. I took a lot of notes. It never ceases to amaze me how much you continue to evolve in fixed operations in this industry. And I want to thank you for coming out to Sacramento and seeing all this and being part of this firsthand, Rita.
Ted, it's always a pleasure to be part of these pop-up events, and it's so incredible to be here firsthand to see these incredible dealerships and companies.
Everybody, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable and Sarah Vantine and Tully Williams of the Niello Company, I'm Ted Ings. We invite you to join us for our next big 4-day virtual event, All Systems Go. It's our 28th Fixed Ops Roundtable event. It's May 12th through the 15th, 2025. You don't want to miss it. The tickets are all complimentary. You can visit fixedopsroundtable.com. Again, fixedopsroundtable.com. All the tickets are complimentary. On behalf of Sarah and Tully, I'm Ted, and we thank you for being with us here today.
Super stellar speakers, check. Interplanar panelists, check. Another Fixed Ops Roundtable event in the books, double check. Ted Ings, Sarah Vantine, Katrina Ness, myself, and our Fixed Ops Roundtable team appreciate you all for tuning in for the 28th Fixed Ops Roundtable event. Make sure to set a reminder for Monday evening at 8 p.m. Eastern to watch our live After Dark show, where we will be announcing the Shon Butler Best Practice Award winners. The Fixed Ops Roundtable is traveling space and time as we land back in the golden age of automotive. That's right, the Roaring 20s are back and better than ever for our next event from September 8th through the 11th. So until next time, shake a tail feather, and we'll see you back at the roundtable for our next shebang.